So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Before we get the local election news and Linda Kern's take, we want to just update you on what's going on. Fast-moving developments working overnight. And one of the headlines is Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican, has said that he reached a tentative deal with some of those blue state Republicans. And the issue is over that key SALT deduction. I've talked a lot about this. And so House Speaker Mike Johnson saying that they did reach a tentative deal. And what does this do? It would raise that cap on state and local tax deductions, or SALT, S-A-L-T, to $40,000 in President Trump's, big, beautiful bill that we've talked a lot about it. So the proposed cap, which is up from $30,000, would be per household for taxpayers making under $500,000 a year. Now, this is on top of the fact that, as I've been reporting to you this morning, we have a key committee, in fact, an all-nighter for some House Republicans who say that they're working hard to push President Trump's tax and immigration budget package, get this thing done so that they can stop the quibbling within the party, right, to send this agenda, this budget bill, to the Senate. This is critical. And so we're told that they worked until the wee hours of this morning. That's the latest that we've got, that they say that they want to get this done. I had told you yesterday we had aired Trump he paid a visit, and they met under what was known as a tense meeting yesterday morning. Trump saying, you got to get this done. And all of this amid the word that Representative Jerry Connolly, Congressman Connolly from Virginia, you may not remember his name, but you'd recognize him if you saw him, top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, known for his, he was very vocal, talking about federal workers, clashing with Republicans, right? All those televised hearings. So his family gave us word this morning that Congressman Connolly has passed away. He was 75 years young. And he just announced that he had cancer of the esophagus after he won that very competitive race to become the ranking member of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee in the House. This is a key panel, and so this is a sad situation, obviously, for his family. And he went through these grueling treatments, etc. He had already announced that he was not going to run for re-election. But how does this affect the makeup of the House, if you will? As far as Trump, before I get to the latest, and we want to get to, I know you don't want to talk about it, but we're going to talk about what happened here in Philadelphia and the primary election. Just a real quick program note. We're watching everything in Trump world, if you will. President Trump is meeting with South Africa's president at the White House today. And this will be a make or break session, really, when you think about what's been going on. They're not happy with the news in America and Trump and this administration saying and doubling down on the fact that they're saying that these South African farmers, most of whom are white, that they have been brutally, murdered and wiped out. And so that was one of the reasons that they were allowed to come here to America, about 59 of them. And that was in the headlines. So we will, see if Trump speaks out live. All right, let's get to. I know you don't want to talk about it, but we have a Linda Kearns around the corner, so we want to tee this up and set up what happened with the primary, Pennsylvania's primary. And it's not a surprise to me. It's very tough to beat an incumbent, but there were a ton of write-ins, and that's what we'll talk to Linda about. But let's get to the victory lap taken by DA Larry Krasner.
Many others. These were big teams of people. But I also need to remind all of you that the campaign did not necessarily start a few months ago. The campaign actually started January the 1st of 2018. That's right. Because that is when the work started. Yeah. And in a democracy, I would like to think and I would like to hope that it is the work that you do and it is the results that you get and it's the way that you do the job that mean a little bit more than whether somebody's got more money for television advertising. That's right. That's right. And whether somebody's got more money coming from large institutions, I would like to think it's about the work. As I said before, this has been a people's campaign. What that actually looks like on the numbers is that you can get outraised. Other people try to buy.
Is he really taking this angle, Don?
This is what he's saying.
Oh, are you serious?
He's the little guy.
He's the little guy.
He's never received.
$14,800 checks from PACs.
He's never received big money from any billionaires. He's.
Are you serious?
He's the little guy. He received millions of dollars. Maybe. What?
$1.7 million in 2017, Don. From George Soros.
Well,
what the hell is he talking about?
Well, this is now. I mean, what are you talking about? Baggage? That's the past.
Oh my gosh, Don! This guy is so insufferable. I cannot take. You had me cut this up this morning, Don. And I am furious. I'm furious.
See what poor Dan Borowski, our executive producer, he and Jimmy Kelly, they're tortured by this.
We are tortured. By it.
Tortured.
And it's so insufferable because not only does he go on another minute rant about how great his campaign was, of how it was a people's campaign and he was outspent and, it's not commercials that buy it. He actually has the gall to talk to Democrats down in D.C. to offer some advice to national Democrats. Don, take a listen.
Do you hear what I'm saying? Yeah. There are some people who need to listen to this. You cannot just buy elections. So here's my formula for a winning election. I hope you're listening in D.C. It goes like this.
Formula.
Have less money. That's point one.
Huh.
Have smaller donations.
Okay.
That's point two. Tell the truth. That's it. That's point three.
Yeah. Same here, Don.
Stand up for and defend democracy.
Defend democracy.
I lost track of my numbers.
Okay.
But I think you see my point. There are these people who think you can buy votes.
Oh, Don, I got it. Yeah.
So his claim, now he won by all accounts and this is, I have to say, it's projected. That's my technical. So his opponent, Pat Dugan, fellow Democrat, well-known and highly respected judge here. To me, I'll say this with the write-in votes, but Pat Dugan getting basically looks like 40% of the vote. That's pretty impressive.
Not bad.
But the DA did defeat Dugan. What do I always say? All elections are local. And so for Krasner, you had a very low turnout. What was the turnout? Maybe 11 point something percent, not even 12%. Low turnout. That's a problem. So people just were not energized. And so that always generally will benefit an incumbent. But in this case, District Attorney Larry Krasner, wow, the gall of this guy. So
how big is this guy's head? Do you want his mission statement for what he's proud of, or do you not care? Where we stand on
What's
that?
he proud? Is this the part where he says he has less people?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
You want it?
Yeah.
Amazing job. But this campaign started in January of 2018. And the people who have been making the point have been working in the DA's office. And they have been working in the DA's office day after day, year after year, working hard.
They're silent on that one.
We said in 2017 that justice makes us safer.
Do you feel safer?
This is what we have learned.
Are you safer?
We have learned that justice makes us safer. That's actually how it goes. When you try to do things with integrity, when you still accept that science applies in this world, when you believe in the potential of human beings to change or to avoid the crime in the first place, you end up on the 20th day of May, Election Day, 2025, with the smallest number of homicides in over 50 years. You end up with 45 innocent people out of jail. And you end up with the lowest number of Philadelphians in state prison and the lowest number of Philadelphians in county jail that I have seen since I became a lawyer in 1987.
So think about that's a winning message to say. And look, if you are with us at 6 o'clock in the morning, you know that the 6 a.m. hour is generally when I get on the docket. I talk about the violent crime in Philadelphia and try to just bring that forth as police are out every single night, overnight, as they were last night. I mean, if I talked only about the violent crime in Philadelphia and I wanted to focus on all of it as a whole, we would not have time for any guests. We would not have any time to talk about anything else. So, I don't care what anybody wants to say about this. Is Philadelphia a safer city? Do you feel safer? Are you safer? And look, I'm a city brat. I'm one of the few people at this station who, Dom and I are longtime city of Philadelphia residents. Most people reporting the news to you, especially in television news, I can tell you, very few of them actually live in the city. And I think that's an issue too. We will grapple over whether or not a city worker or a Philadelphia police officer, for example, should have to live in the city. I just think maybe we should say, well, people working in the media reporting on this stuff, they should have to live in the city too. How many? What's the percentage? Because most of them drive in they live way out in the suburbs. Sometimes drive an hour, 45 minutes. They're living their best life out in the burbs, and then they cover the crime, and then they leave the city, and they go back to their nice little quiet suburb. And by the way, if you're in the suburbs, all of this does impact you. So it's not just a Philadelphia issue, even if you lived, let's say, in the Northeast or wherever you grew up, right? And you moved out of the city, but you love the city, and you want Philadelphia to make a comeback. So I just think, if you're celebrating, we have less people in jail, what is that?
Great point, yeah.
I simply think, how many times has this DA's office been censured? But how many times have they been investigated and even lectured by judges who are not somehow conservative or right-leaning judges who've said that they were not full of integrity when they were trying to prosecute people like, police officers trying to enforce the law. One of them, former officer Mark Dial. We'll get to that upcoming. I want to take a break. We have Linda Kearns around the corner. So Linda, of course, she's brilliant. Election integrity attorney right here in Philadelphia, and she's our friend. She's your friend. You've gotten to know her. So we'll get Linda's take on all of this. And she always has such wisdom and as well important reminders for all of us. Hey, Dawn Stensland here, Dan Borowski, our executive producer, our great engineer, Jimmy Kelly. We are all here for you, here together. Thanks for being here, 855-839-1210. We're going to be right back.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer starts here at Tri-County Toyota, where the deals are heating up for the month of May. Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on select new Toyotas, including the 2025 Corolla, the 2025 Camry, the 2025 Prius, the 2025 RAV4, the 2025 Highlander, and the 2025 Grand Highlander. Plus, choose from over 70 trucks they have in stock, with rates starting at 1.99% on the new 2024 Tacoma and a new 2025 Tundra. Visit online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, the girl who always sets us on fire. Just can't get enough of her. Burning love for Linda Kearns, our great election integrity attorney. Joining me now live. Hey, Linda Kearns.
Good morning, Dawn. And yes, I texted you early this morning because I saw that Pat Dugan got it. It looks like he got enough write-in votes on the Republican side. So technically he could appear on the Republican ballot in the fall. But I wanted you to know, and I wanted the listeners to know, that he can turn that down. And I imagine he will turn that down and not want to be on the Republican ballot in the fall.
And so why not? And if okay, so first I'll ask that. Why not?
Okay, well, so, I was texting with some of my other election law buddies late into the night last night, and I think if I was watching election results of a high school student council race, I would be excited. Like, I just love this stuff. I eat it up. But if you look at the results so far, and we don't have all the ballots in, there's actually 17,000 mail ballots that have not been counted yet, and I'll explain why. But right now, Dugan only has about 36% of the Democratic vote on the Democrat side. That's really not high enough to indicate that he could really make a dent in the fall. And I think that he must realize that it would be a really uphill battle in the fall because a large percentage of the Democrats voted for Krasner. And with the voter registrations in Philadelphia, I think he realizes how much support Krasner does have. And I think it would be a tough decision for him to take on this battle.
And so I have to ask, is there any other scenario by which Republicans, or is there any other legal scenario by which Republicans could put a candidate on for November? Because I was looking through and obviously I'm not you, I'm not the attorney here, the expert, but was that it as far as the primary and the write-ins that would allow him to do so?
Right. So, the Republicans didn't even put up a candidate.
Right.
What they did was I think that the local party did encourage people to write in Pat Dugan because it was a blank on our ballot, on our Republican ballot. No, there's no chance for the Republicans to get a candidate on the ballot for the fall. Now, a non-Republican or a non-Democrat, like an independent, could potentially still get on the ballot. But again, that's also an uphill battle. So I don't see that happening. So, it looks like Larry Krasner is going to be officially elected in November once again. I don't know what's the matter with Philadelphia.
And so with that said, when we look at, and that's what is the headline here in Philadelphia, but Linda Kearns, when you look at the rest of Pennsylvania and the primaries and then looking forward to November, I will say, do you feel like people were motivated at all? I mean, this low turnout, I know that you've said that that's usual, but how do independent voters and Republican voters in Pennsylvania get revved up?
Well, they get revved up by what we did in 2025, which was an all-out effort. I mean, we had teams of people contacting voters, calling them, texting them, meeting them in person, direct mail, emails, online ads, TV ads. And unfortunately, not every voter is going to show up every time, and that's what's required. Voters, unfortunately, really need to be practically dragged to the polls. So, and it's unfortunate. And that's really a long-term problem that we have. Perhaps we need better civics education, but it's a problem, and it's a disgrace. So right now, the voter turnout in yesterday's election stands at a little under 15%. That is going to go up because there's about 17,000 mail ballots that have not been counted yet. So far they've counted 33,000. And the reason that they have not counted those 17,000, a lot of people probably don't realize this, is there was a lawsuit a few years ago that to settle the lawsuit, it requires that Philadelphia does what's called poll book reconciliation, which means that any ballots that come in on Monday or Tuesday, they have to hold them and wait till the poll books come back on election night and make sure that no one who voted actually returned to mail ballots. So any ballots that came in prior to Monday or Tuesday, they had time to check, but anything that came in Monday and Tuesday, they didn't. So they had about 17,000 ballots that came in on Monday and Tuesday. So they are still working on that and making sure none of those votes are what's called double votes, because we don't want people to vote on the machine on election day and by mail. And so that's a great election integrity measure. I mean, we are checking and rechecking to make sure that you didn't vote twice, whether by accident or on purpose. However, you can't do it until the polls close, which means that there's a delay. So, and there has to be a delay, which means those ballots won't be counted until today. Now, it really doesn't matter. There's not enough ballots there to change anything, so it's not a huge, it's not a huge debacle like it would be if we were waiting to see the results of an election. But I think people have to realize when they say we need to know who won on Tuesday night. Well, if you do need to know that, then you need to recognize how ballots are counted and what kind of ballots we have. So, mail ballots and absolutely undividedly having the results on Tuesday night, it can't coexist under our current scheme. So people have to realize that.
I just wonder, as you look at, especially some of the courts and those wins or losses as far as yesterday's primary, but also, I mean, the Pittsburgh mayor, Ed Gainey, challenger Corey O'Connor ousting an incumbent mayor. These are Democrats, I know that, but his challenger ran on things like city financing, affordable housing, public safety. So why is it in one city? I mean, I know it's oranges and apples a bit because one's a DA, one's for mayor. But it's interesting to me that on one hand, people say, no, we're not happy. And they have the ability in one city to say, no, our leadership as Democrats has failed us. We want to go in a different direction. Here in Philadelphia, I just don't think people believe that we have harnessed the best we can the criminals, the lawlessness, Linda, every morning we start out in Kale and Company at 6:00 in the morning, starting out with all of the overnight shootings, and yet, you have an incumbent DA that people are not blaming the district attorney apparently.
No, and I think there's a lot of problems with Philadelphia, and it's not just the crime. We have, our tax structure, our wage taxes, there are so many problems with Philadelphia. I think we could be an amazing city, but we can't get out of our own way. And it's clear by these election results that the people who want Krasner, they care enough to go out and vote. And so this is absolutely what Philadelphia wants. And I think that it's a disgrace. And I, as a Philadelphia resident, am not happy, and I do not feel safe. I simply don't. I hate leaving my car on the street. I am always so afraid of that type of petty crime that might not cost a lot. Like if somebody throws a brick through my window, that's not a huge, tens of thousands of dollars crime, but that's going to affect me because I have to put the car in the shop and then all this inconvenience. So those quality of life crimes, I think, are a real problem here. And I think it interferes with us being the amazing place that we could be.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree with you. I also think, full disclosure, like last night with my teenage son, there was this amazing, celebration of the arts and high school musicals and acting and all that. And I told Dan, I literally got home, Linda, at 11:50, right before midnight last night. So forgive me, I'm running on air today. But the truth is, we ran over to this great little Mexican place and had a great dinner. I was thrilled actually at how many people were still out at almost midnight, and the bars were open, the restaurants, the kitchens were open. We had delicious food. But I think about it when I cover these shootings. It's West Philadelphia. It's certain neighborhoods. It's not Chestnut Hill. We did have the Mount Airy, the attempted car thefts or whatever, nonviolent. But in truth, it's the so-called the working class neighborhoods that are burdened with this crime. And yet, why? So to me, Linda, I look at this and I say, what have Republicans done wrong as far as not getting this message and saying, we care about you, we love you, and this is not fair. This is not fair to West Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think to win elections, we need much stronger local and state parties, and we just don't have them. The Republican National Committee cannot come into every single race and provide those resources. So we need to basically do it ourselves. Statewide, we had 2 contested primary elections for those statewide judicial positions, one on the Commonwealth Court and one on the Superior Court. And we had endorsed candidates for both. And the endorsed candidate for the Superior Court, the endorsed candidate by the Pennsylvania GOP did not win. The unendorsed candidate won. So that's kind of a signal of a problem that the state GOP couldn't even get that candidate across the finish line. I think there's a couple reasons for it. One is that her name was Anne-Marie Wheatcraft, so she was the endorsed candidate. She did not win. Batista won. Wheatcraft pulled a bad ballot position. She was the second one on the ballot. So a lot of times when voters go in and they don't know the races and it says vote for one, you just vote for the first one. I also wonder, too, if all of this hubbub about the retention elections that are in November affected that race, too, because as some people have been talking about, we retain judges every 10 years. And this November on the ballot, you will have the chance to say yes or no to 3 Supreme Court justices, Wecht, Donahue, and Doherty. So in November, you have the chance to say no. And if enough people say no, they will end on the Supreme Court. Now, there's been people who are talking about really pushing to make sure that enough people say no to get those 3 Democrats off the court. And I know for some reason, I don't understand why. Scott Pressler was out of, and he had this big effort educating people about that. But you don't educate people about that before the primary. And I kind of wonder, because he had these big signs out like that said, vote no on Wecht. And I'm wondering if that kind of confused voters because, Wecht starts with a W, Wheatcraft starts with a W.
No.
You see that. And you come into the polls and then you see W and you say, oh, maybe I shouldn't vote for that person. And see, voters, you have to be very, very simple with voters. That's just the reality of get out the vote efforts. That's the reality of campaigns. So you really never know what's going to confuse a voter or turn an election like this, especially in these low turnout races. So it looks like we're in for another 4 years of Larry Krasner, unfortunately. We're going to have a really tough statewide judicial in this fall because there's obviously our Republicans are going to be fighting the Democrats. And I always say that these seats are more important, these Commonwealth Court seats, these Superior Court seats, because they have a lot of power. A lot of cases never even get to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And one thing people might not know is the judge who's running for Superior Court for the Democrats, she was not opposed in the primary. Her name's Stella Tsai, Tsai. But she was my judge in 2020 in election court when I brought the case because none of my people could see the ballots. And she was the one who denied my request to have better access to seeing those ballots. And I bet a lot of people don't know that. And now she's running for Superior Court for the appellate court. So people have to realize that, like, these people who start as Commonwealth Court judges, then they go up the chain and then they run for the appellate court. So every election counts. Elections matter.
Amen. Amen, sister. I briefly, I told Dan today, I do want to get into all of the headlines bashing Kristi Noem right now and conservative women, Alina Habba, Kristi Noem, these conservative women, these are idiots. They don't even know what fill in the blank means. And so just as far as conservative women and the way that we are portrayed by the media, in the media, the so-called mainstream media, and does that strike you as the assault, the daily assault to demean and demoralize and try to diminish the voices of conservative women?
Right. I think when you're getting attacked, not for your ideas or not for your viewpoints necessarily, but you're just getting personally attacked, I think you're kind of winning, because then they can't attack you on your beliefs because they know that your beliefs are right. So, but it is a problem, and we are going to continue to get attacked. And I think, though, that fighting back, both with conservative radio like we're on now, more conservative podcasts, getting voices out there on op-eds, I'm hoping that'll kind of, it kind of even the playing field. I did see that they asked Kristi Noem, what does habeas corpus mean? And every time something like that happens, every time there's one of those gotcha questions, I say to myself, my God, like, would I have been able to answer that? Like, you're on the spot. I mean, of course I know what it means, but you're on the spot.
And you're an attorney.
Everyone's looking at you. There's cameras on you. It's kind of taken out of context. And you know that that senator who asked it, her staff wrote that. I think it was a woman who asked her. Yes. Her staff wrote that. They're thinking, okay, how can we get this person? Kristi Noem's not an attorney. She's not going to probably have that like right off the tip of her tongue. And so, they and in this age of clips and TikTok and Twitter, it's kind of easy to make somebody look just a little bit foolish. She didn't have the right answer. I thought I heard you this morning say she should have just said, "I'm not a dictionary. Look it up yourself." That would have been a great answer.
Yeah, because it was okay because it was okay for Democrats not to be able to define, what is a woman. That was perfectly fine, right?
Right.
Like, I wish she would have. I'm not for the snark because it's an official proceeding, but when somebody asks me that, I might just go there and say, well, maybe I should define what it is to be a woman first, and we'll begin with the basics, or you know what I mean,
right.
Just to put it back.
See, you're quick though. I mean, you're a seasoned professional, so you're quick. Kristi Noem might not be, that's not her background to constantly, be on like that. So she wasn't quick enough to say something. So, but in this news cycle, we'll be talking about something else in 10 minutes or 20 minutes,
True.
or Trump will say something, and everyone's going to be upset about that. But I just want to encourage people, just vote and talk to your family and friends, and where are all those people? Where's the 80% of Pennsylvanians that voted just last year? Where were they yesterday?
Where were you? And Dan, thanks to Dan Borowski, because he always wants us to end on an Elvis up note. And so he had said that the news for the new Lilo and Stitch movie, which is just being released, yes, features once again Elvis Presley music. Specifically,
yes. It shows the enduring power of Elvis. I'm not just like this crazy nut. People like Elvis music, and it definitely soothes me, and it got me through last year.
Yes.
It really helped to calm me down during one of the busiest years of my life. So yes, thank you. I don't know if that's out yet or coming out, but hey, I think it'd be worth it to see just to hear the Elvis music.
Or is it just such a cultural novelty that even, when an alien comes to Earth in the form of Stitch, kind of latches onto it because of the novelty aspect of it rather than the, staying power of it there, Linda?
See, this is why I have a crush on Matt DeSantis, the only producer and the entire station who's nice to me, unlike Dan, who thinks it's okay to tease me. I like Elvis. What do you want from me?
That's right. And it's like a Blue Hawaii reference, too, so Lilo and Stitch, I like where they're going with it. Well, Linda Kern, everybody loves you, and we thank you so much, Linda. Keep the faith, my friend.
And thank you for taking my text. I'm always like, I better let Dawn know, so she's very accurate when she talks about this on the radio.
No,
so,
you're the best.
Thank you for taking my text. All right, have a great day.
You too. Thank you, Linda. Linda Kearns. So she's a local attorney, but obviously recognized nationally as a top election integrity attorney. So your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Linda referenced what Trump says, and everybody will just forget, whatever I talked about, early this morning because of the quick news cycles. But what about Vice President J.D. Vance? Ruh-roh. What did he say? Oh, you're going to hear about it right around the corner.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity tankless water heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series tankless water heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Lainey Alexander, and this is my husband, Paul Alexander, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2019.
Let's say you have $1 million. Would you be willing to lose 10%, $100,000? I wouldn't. If you made 4% on $1 million, you now have $1,040,000. I'm comfortable with guaranteed 4%.
And it's a no-brainer. Why would you not want at least 4%, or even knowing that your $1 million is still
$1 million?
Yes.
Crash Proof Retirement lets us live our life and have fun.
We're able to take a vacation and spend the money the way we want it and not deplete our income. Crash Proof Retirement has been wonderful for us this year, and we're comfortable. We're fine. I have no concerns.
If she says I'm fine, I'm fine.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Royers Ford. Remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
You cannot have a country where the American people keep on electing immigration enforcement and the courts tell the American people they're not allowed to have what they voted for. And that's where we are right now. We're going to keep working it through the immigration court process, through the Supreme Court as much as possible.
So that's Vice President J.D. Vance making headlines, and he is reacting in this case to a statement by Chief Justice John Roberts. I'm going to weave this together, why John Roberts is a key, and we'll bring back the habeas corpus and what John Roberts, he was part of a ruling having to do with a precedent-setting ruling, having to do with habeas corpus and somebody who was from another country, right? This was in the wake of, in the aftermath of, in the shadow of the September 11th, 2001 attacks. Okay, so I'll weave this all together for you. But in this case, John Roberts, in his statement during an interview with the New York Times that was just published, okay, where Chief Justice John Roberts was saying that the judiciary, one of their jobs is to, quote, check the excesses of the executive branch. And so he's commenting on that. So this as what J.D. Vance is, and he's so good, isn't he, at just in a very simple way saying the American people have essentially given this mandate, right, that we want to secure our borders. We want to be safe. We don't want people coming in, just like you wouldn't want somebody strolling in your home, just like all of these top officials, whether you're a Supreme Court justice, an elected official living in your home, you don't want somebody strolling into your yard, into your backyard, that's a criminal who just walked out of jail in another country, fled their country, right? So that's what the American people voted for. It's a popular issue. Trump calls it an 80-20. I think it's more than 80-20, quite frankly. I think we can all agree we want to be safe. We don't want to allow criminals from other countries to come here. And then yesterday I had reported how many people, more than 1 million people, millions are getting, benefits. I mean, a lot of benefits, and that's to our expense. That's crazy. And so in this one, J.D. Vance speaking out, and he's talking about that he saw this interview with the Chief Justice, John Roberts. I think it took him aback a little bit. And so I think that Vance feels like, and he talked about the job of Justice John Roberts. What is the job of the Chief Justice? I think do you have that, Dan, that little piece? I'll just say it. It's quick. So one piece of his job is, yes, to be as the checks and balances provided as far as the other branches, but he's supposed to check the excesses of his own branch. And so this is the brilliance of J.D. Vance. When we talk about checks and balances, we usually mean that you have the three branches of government, right? And that they have their checks and balances. He points out that, in fact, the other half of John Roberts' job as a Chief Justice is also essentially humility, to do checks and balances even on your own branch of government. And that's really J.D. Vance's call for some humility. I wonder, because he's so eloquent, and I believe that he is, and humble in the way he says it, I simply wonder if that word reaches John Roberts and if it makes him just take a pause and to be thoughtful about that. I personally just wonder if our vice president was saying this for the benefit of one, for the benefit of Chief Justice Roberts, he has that he has those little, he kind of, he's only, he's young, but he even looks younger. That's why he had to grow the beard and whatnot to look a little older. Okay, let's listen in.
What the Supreme Court has to do, and I saw an interview with Chief Justice Roberts recently where he said
its job is to obviously decide cases, but in the course of that, check the excesses of Congress or the executive, and that does require a degree of independence.
Yeah, the role of the court is to check the excesses of the executive. I thought that was a profoundly wrong sentiment. That's one half of his job. The other half of his job is to check the excesses of his own branch. And you cannot have a country where the American people keep on electing immigration enforcement and the courts tell the American people they're not allowed to have what they voted for. And that's where we are right now. We're going to keep working it through the immigration court process, through the Supreme Court as much as possible. And look, success to me is not so much a number, though obviously I'd love to see the gross majority of the illegal immigrants who came in under Biden deported. That actually is a secondary metric of success. Success to me is that we have established a set of rules and principles that the courts are comfortable with and that we have the infrastructure to do that allows us to deport large numbers of illegal aliens when large numbers of illegal aliens come into the country.
So the vice president, in my humble opinion, he's saying this, like I say, for the audience of one. And he says it in a kind way. He's not blasting or anything of that nature, why this matters. Because as I've reported to you, and we've talked, from 6 a.m. in the morning until 7 p.m. at night, and I would argue through the night about what's going on with the Supreme Court of the United States. We reported they heard oral arguments just last week on whether or not this administration can proceed with a plan to define, I'm not going to say redefine, to firmly define birthright citizenship. Other countries, just go ahead, try to show up in another country and just try to say, my kid was born here, and so therefore they have automatic citizenship. Doesn't happen anywhere else. But it's a case that has huge implications. And so it matters. When I talked about Chief Justice John Roberts, he was the one back in the day with that critical ruling that I mentioned briefly. It's Boumediene versus Bush, the Supreme Court case. This was 2008, extending the right to habeas corpus to non-citizens detained in foreign prisons, like in that case Guantanamo Bay. And Chief Justice was in part impacted by that. It was kind of a bizarre case. It was in the wake of the September 11th attacks that had happened, and the feds, essentially there was a man who had North African and Muslim roots, but he was living in Bosnia-Herzegovina at the time. And so he was arrested because there was reportedly a planned attack by Al-Qaeda that was against a U.S. embassy. And so in particular, these detainees, a handful of them, I don't know if you remember this case, but certainly in schools, we teach this. I talked about it as an adjunct professor, right? That this was a famous case and a critical case that even a foreign national held outside the United States, so a non-citizen held in Guantanamo Bay, still has certain amounts of rights that you have to be able to tell them in writing why they're being detained. And in this case, this guy, he was eventually let go after years in Guantanamo Bay and claims his innocence to this day. It was in the wake of a terrorist attack, and it was horrifying here and all of that. But John Roberts, it was a 5-4 tough decision, but he ruled in favor of that. J.D. Vance, I think, is making an appeal to Chief Justice Roberts, saying, do not defy the will of the American people. Consider this. That's my take. 855-839-1210, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, at Dawn Stensland. You got to level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan, or maybe a hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid receiving the honor, and this is an honor, they've just been named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city and 47 highway MPG rating, which is awesome. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and the excitement of hybrid performance. You can visit them, Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do this today. If you go to Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, because that's where I usually go, that's Awesome Ross the Boss. So please call him that. And they'll all giggle. I know, it's like Lair Bear and Awesome Ross the Boss. He's the general manager.
They chide him behind.
I know. He's just like, oh, Dawn.
And they're like, hey, Ross the Boss.
Just please do that for me. Awesome Ross the Boss, Honda Philadelphia. So, and by the way, you can browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
The working families of Laona Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter. Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I know we have a guest around the corner, but just to wrap this up with a bow, looking at when I was a journalism adjunct professor and what I had told my class, because I would talk about journalism law, which J schools don't do enough. But his name was Lakhdar Boumediene, and this was versus George W. Bush at the time. So this was John Roberts, Chief Justice. This was 2008-ish. I think he was released in 2009, so it was late 2008. Essentially, in this case, landmark ruling establishing the right to habeas corpus, in other words, protect the body. Corpus, it's Latin, obviously, but protect the body. So the body of being like the Constitution. So for Guantanamo detainees, these are non-citizens and they're not on U.S. soil technically. limiting the government's ability to detain any of these individuals indefinitely without the right to a legal challenge. Because even though we talk about this, that the Constitution is for citizens, we do extend some of our beliefs to even extend to non-citizens, even in a case like this one. So it had implications. Here's the big point of this, that it also extends to what's called the suspension clause. So these are going to be you know how when you're a kid and you'd have on the chalkboard and the teacher would go like, here are the phrases that we're going to study this week. Suspension clause. And no, I'm not talking about vehicle suspension. It's the suspension clause of the Constitution. So that talks about the government's power to suspend habeas corpus. What that means, and that's why Kristi Noem said the executive branch, Trump has some power over this. Yes. In cases, the president can say, hey, we've got an emergency. You know, we've got an invasion. We've got a terror attack. That's what Bush did after 9/11, and that's what Trump is saying. But in this case, it's kind of time limited, that only Congress can suspend it indefinitely, essentially, or they have to have some say. That's where there's some, I think, wiggle room within this whole situation. Sorry to get in the weeds here with this, but those are the words you're going to hear: suspension clause or habeas corpus, and that's really what it's all about. How much power does a president, the executive branch, have, and how long when you're under attack, right? When there's basically, whether it's a terror attack. That's why it was important that Trump said these illegals, these gangs, they're terrorists. You see what I'm saying? So that's why they laid that out like that. That's what is at issue. And what J.D. Vance is reminding John Roberts to say, yo, John Roberts, and that's my yo, Philly, yo, but yo, John Roberts, remember this. Remember, you were part of this, okay? And we understand it was a different time. There was a terror attack. This was a dude who was very sympathetic to the public. He had been in there for years. He was starving himself. They had to put a tube down his nose. They broke his nose because of the feeding tube. It was gross. The media it was a very sympathetic person who they said, this is an innocent dude caught in the net, I should say, of terrorism at the time. But now this is important. We've got the will of the people, so let's revisit this. That's what's going on here. That's what I feel is happening with J.D. Vance making a direct plea to the Supreme Court of the United States and Chief Justice John Roberts. Does that work? Hey, if John Roberts is talking to the New York Times, then guess what? He's reading it, and he's reading J.D.'s comments. I'm thinking maybe it was a humble request. You let me know if I'm just half glass full. We got a great guest around the corner, 855-839-1210. We're going to be right back.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen. HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And at retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We have in Philadelphia, I'll just headline for you what's been going on. Some of the stories I've been covering for the past 5 hours. This is a sad update. I've been reporting all morning, as local media has been, a heroic effort by police officers, by law enforcement. They were called to an apartment building in West Oak Lane. They see this man in his mid-50s. He's been shot while in bed. 911 calls frantic. I don't know what happened. Was this an attempted burglary or robbery or what the heck happened? But these officers, several officers, heroically grabbed this man as they were calling for the ambulance, and they carried him down because there's no elevator. They carried him down 3 flights, 3 stories from this apartment building, down the stairs, carefully trying to save his life as he was shot, I believe 6 times was the report. And so the latest story, I'm so sorry to just report this. They rushed him to the hospital. He's been in critical condition and he has just passed away. He died. The doctors and nurses and all those wonderful medical professionals, they could not save his life. But they've been trying. He was in surgery and they tried to save his life. And so you think about, I'll just say this. I talk about law enforcement and first responders, paramedics, all of our great first responders, including our firefighters. And all the time, we discuss this, how law enforcement, the officers, the heroes, how they all too often, pretty much on a nightly basis, somebody is trying to help a gunshot victim, often a senior citizen, a grandparent, an innocent victim, a young kid, they're shot. And there's no time to just wait for the ambulance. and they try to carry that person to their own police vehicle, rushing them to the hospital, trying to save their lives. And so I would just say, I hope as we now we're past the primary election and DA Krasner basically declaring victory because there's no Republican opponent for November. I hope that he takes a moment to share more stories of appreciation for the heroes in law enforcement. We have a real problem in the city where after the defund the police movement that happened and the disrespect, not just defund, but disrespect, demean and demoralize the law enforcement movement that's been going on, that I hope our DA and all of our officials and every one of us just take a moment to say to our local law enforcement, you are our heroes. Thank you for keeping us safe. In this case and in so many, thank you. You did everything you could to try to save this victim, this crime victim's life as he was riddled with bullets, carrying him in your arms, the three of you down the stairs. I mean, do you know how difficult that is? And carry him down so carefully and try to get him to get to help to save his life. So thank you. We appreciate you. We need to hire our law enforcement officers. We're down well over 1,000. I know I'll be covering more on the Mark Dial, former officer Mark Dial trial and getting into that. But I just wanted to put that front and center. I hope the DA takes a moment. Sometimes he does. And he has some good moments where he does thank law enforcement. You know what, Mr. District Attorney, you're in a position where you're now a 3-time winner. You're in your incumbency. So please start thanking law enforcement and getting, recruiting law enforcement from our communities here in Philadelphia and letting, children in school, 5th grade kids, to be inspired by these heroes, local heroes. So I'll just say that one for you as we cover that one. As we move, maybe I will just talk about Mark Dial really quick here. I know that our friend Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti and many of our great Philadelphia law enforcement members, they've been in the courtroom supporting former officer Mark Dial. It's really the picture of two 27-year-olds. So you have Eddie Irizarry, who is going the wrong way down a street, right? And he is evading law enforcement. You have a 27-year-old in the vehicle, not driving the vehicle, but he's now the one accused of third-degree murder in this case and in the fight for his life, because if convicted of third-degree murder, they could put him away for many years of his life. And so in this case, I will say that the DA's office, the district attorney's office, the only real expert they put up there, and they've now rested, the prosecutors have rested their case, they put up this expert. They ask the expert who's up there saying, oh no, this officer, he went well out of the bounds of this and acted irresponsibly to shoot and kill a motorist in this situation. But then when asked on cross-examination, admits he did not even read the state's criminal code. How are these officers trained? Didn't read about it.
What?
How does that happen?
He's an expert, Dawn. He's supposed to read that now. Like, what the heck is going on here?
So either you believe that...
And he's telling whether or not they're out of bounds when he's not reading the code
himself. So was this just incompetence? Is it on purpose? Maybe they... I don't know.
Oh,
I
man.
really... So that's to the advantage, that the defense team will have a field day with that one. And so for former officer Mark Dial, here's what I'm going to tell you. We also have, and Mark Fuzzetti has said this, others have said this, they have in court, that his partner said he's got a gun. I mean, to me, if I'm a juror and that we have that testimony, we have all the different audio and this and that, and this officer believed that the person who was evading arrest has a firearm, he is certainly acting in a defense way and then fires, but then immediately administers the aid once he rushes in to the motorist. Look, all the way a tragic situation. Eddie Irizarry's family devastated. They're suing the city in a civil situation, as I believe they're saying that they need better officer training. Okay, maybe they do. Well, then don't charge an officer who went by the book with third-degree murder and put him on trial. So I think two things can be right at the same time. So that's my take on that one. The breaking news of the moment is, as far as, we talk about the Freedom Caucus, right? The very conservative end of the GOP and infighting within the party. And I'm flipping gears a little bit as I move toward that developing story. I've told you we're going to watch this very carefully, but we're hearing now that even though they're fired up and they want to make sure that we control the budget and the deficit and this crazy spending, at the same time, I think Trump did a good job of tugging at their heartstrings and saying, you got to trust me on this, but we need to get this thing passed. So that's what I see here, okay? As I'm optimistic that the House will get this done. It's going to go to the Senate. It's a long weekend, and these guys, we know they want to get the heck out of there, right, early on Friday. So we're watching that one very carefully. Listen, we have a great guest right around the corner, and I've talked a lot about, parental groups that want to reel in the media and what happens with the victimization of children. The legislation that I had highlighted yesterday with our beautiful First Lady, our great First Lady, Melania Trump, and President Trump, they were very happy with this bipartisan legislation. We'll talk about what it means. We'll bring you a local angle to it, and then what more needs to be done, especially with AI, and how that can victimize our children. You want to hear this, an important interview with Melissa Henson, Parents Television and Media Council Vice President of Programming. She's just ahead right here on the Dawn Stenslin Show.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I would just love to talk to the people that actually did vote for Krasner. And I would just say this. What exactly do you like about Larry Krasner?
We like things that we know.
Big creatures of habit.
We're creatures of habit. Look at the radio landscape. The morning radio show that's number one in this city is not a good show. It's just that it's been on the air for 30 years. They're firing people left and right.
It's a great point. I think we're like that in a lot of different categories.
Yes.
Yeah, we really are.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Coming to Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus all month long. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $359 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $449 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into their showroom today or visit them online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
It's an honor to join you here today for the signing of the Take It Down Act, a national victory that will help parents and families protect children from online exploitation. This legislation is a powerful step forward in our efforts to ensure that every American, especially young people, can feel better protected from their image or identity being abused through non-consensual or intimate imagery of I and CII.
And so First Lady Melania Trump, aside President Trump, talking about this important legislation, Take It Down. You'll notice that she said it's an important step forward, but the First Lady, I think properly, is saying that this is one step forward, but many steps need to be taken. And that really is why I want to talk about this, because even though we may say, yay, the Take It Down Act, bipartisan, it was signed into law, this is terrific, but it's just these are baby steps. As we look at AI, we look at technology, we look at my kid's born within the, iPhone age. I tell them all the time, with teenagers, hey, before, right around the time you were born, that was when the iPhone was born. It's hard to remember that, right? Before the screens and the phones and, oh my goodness, what did we even do before those times? I want to bring in an expert on this issue, Melissa Henson, Parents, Television, and Media Council Vice President of Programs, obviously an expert on this issue, a caring mom who has spoken out on this issue. And I know that, Melissa, you were right there, invited to the bill signing. I imagine it was a great moment for you to witness that signing in person.
Yeah, it was really a humbling but awesome experience to be there. And it is really critical, exactly what you said right before the introduction there, that this really is just a first step. We've been trying to figure out how to tackle this issue of, what's happening with kids online. And there have been so many different bills introduced, and big tech has lobbied to kill almost all of them. So the fact that this one got through, the fact that it got passed with such overwhelming support, I think 99 votes in the Senate, like 460 some votes in the House, just overwhelming support for this particular bill. I'm so glad that it was signed into law, but it really is just a first step.
Yeah, and part of it, and I have talked a lot about it, but just if somebody's just tuning in here to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, part of this is protecting anybody who could be targeted or victimized, but especially children. And you're talking about the use of AI, this deep fake type technology where children, young people can be, portrayed in these sicko issue. And I don't even like to say child porn. We're trying to get away from that terminology because this is really abuse in a really sick form where people get like a sexual arousal from that sicko stuff. Right. How important is this?
Yeah, I think it's really important. Folks may say, well, if it's AI generated, it's victimless, then, what's really the harm? And I think it's really important that people understand AI is incapable of generating entirely original images. So anything that you see online that is AI generated is basically copied from something that's been published elsewhere. So if people are using AI to generate pornographic images, there is no way to ethically do that because you cannot guarantee that the source images the images that AI is borrowing from were ethically sourced. You know, they could have been child pornography. They could have been somebody recording a sexual assault. They could have been non-consensually obtained. So there is no ethical way to produce AI pornography, and I think that's really important for people to understand. And you're absolutely right. There were horrific stories just, within the last couple of years about middle school out in California where people were taking faces out of yearbook photos and using those to create pornographic images of classmates. People have used AI to damage the reputations of teachers that they were mad at by putting them in scenarios that didn't actually happen but look believable because of the how sophisticated the AI technology has gotten.
And Melissa, we had in this region, in the Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, at least two teenagers, I believe a 13-year-old and a 15, 16-year-old, in these cases of sextortion, where these boys, were targeted and they were victims of sextortion, and then they ultimately, this was a self-harm case where they took their own lives.
Right.
And I would imagine that this kind of legislation targets that kind of sextortion.
Yeah, and that certainly is the hope that now there is a legal muscle behind efforts to curb that kind of activity online. There was a really tragic story earlier this year, shortly after this bill was reintroduced. A young man in Kentucky, very often in these sextortion cases, the victim does something foolish by sharing a picture online. But in the case of this young man from Kentucky, he hadn't even shared an intimate photo online. It was another instance where they took his face from a completely innocent image and put it on an AI-generated body and then used that to blackmail him to the point where he felt like he had no way out, no escape other than to kill himself. And so we are seeing more and more stories like this. And hopefully this law will now give prosecutors and law enforcement the ammunition they need to really fight back.
And by that, law with some teeth, violators subject to these mandatory minimums, restitution, criminal penalties, prison fines, all of that. So now that they're armed with this, if you will. But what needs to be done in the future as far as AI? Because I know that you've spoken out a lot about this and you are aware of this. I think it's great that social media platforms also have to be accountable. They have, 48 hours of notification. You got to take it down. But where do we go from here if this is just the beginning, Melissa?
Yeah, it really is just the beginning, and especially with the world of AI, it's not just about the images that AI is able to generate. What we are learning now, for example, is with the newly launched AI chatbots from Meta, that even if you tell the chatbot up front that you are a minor, you say, I'm 13, I'm 14 years old, it will still very rapidly degenerate into sexually explicit conversations with the user. And in other scenarios, Wall Street Journal did a great investigative piece on this. And in other scenarios, an adult user could ask the AI to assume the persona or the personality of a minor, so that they could engage in sexually explicit dialogues with an AI pretending to be a 13, 14-year-old child. Both scenarios are horrific. And we've also heard stories about, young boys who fell in love with the AI chatbots and were encouraged to kill themselves so that they could join the AI chatbot in this, surreal unreality. It's just horrific. Kids are not, their prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until they're 23, 24 years old. So they lack the judgment. They lack the ability to project into the future and anticipate problems that might arise out of behavior that they're engaging in right now.
And so when we talk about, that, and I'm thankful that they have the bipartisan support, we just begin. What's your advice to parents? And as well, what about banning cell phones in schools completely? We have these hybrids across the country. all these experiments. Some schools just say, put it in your locker. We don't want to see it. There are all these different policies. Where do you stand with the use of cell phones with the students in school?
Yeah, I think efforts to remove cell phones from the classrooms, get them out of the schools, lock them up from bell to bell, I think that's prudent. I think it's wise. And I think many parents are starting to realize that it's a mistake to put these devices in the hands of young children. They do it because they feel like this is a way for me to stay connected with my child, a way for my child to be safe. But although you're guaranteeing safety in one area of your child's life, you're exposing them to a whole world of hurt and harm and potential harm from these virtual worlds in which they're engaging, social media, online predators. I mean, the list goes on and on and on about the problems and mental health consequences from putting these devices in the hands of young children. So really my advice to parents would be delay. When it comes to getting a smartphone for your kid, put it off for as long as possible. If you need to be able to reach them, there's flip phones, there's bark phones. There are alternatives so that you can be assured of, where your child is and make sure that they're safe and check in on them. There are lots of better ways to do it than putting a smartphone in their hands.
Do you have, a piece of advice for parents who are going through this? Because there's also that peer pressure. So in other words, somebody's, I have relatives, their kids are right around that age, like middle school age, between 9 and 11. And they say, but Mom, Dad, all my friends have a smartwatch or a smartphone, and why can't I? So what do you say?
And I went through that too when my son hit middle school and all of his friends had phones. And what we ended up doing was we moved him into a school that already, and this was they were ahead of the curve on this. We moved him into a school that already had a cell phone ban in place. So kids were not allowed to have phones on school grounds. And boy, that took care of that problem. And I recognize that that's not an option for everybody. But if you can find a community of other parents, like-minded parents, maybe talk to your kids, friends, parents, and say, hey, this is what we think is best for our child. If you want to send your kid over to our house, we're going to make him put away the phone. He's not going to have access to it for the time that he's at our house. You need to get your kids' coaches and leaders and their extracurriculars on board. You need to go to school board meetings, talk to school administrators, try to encourage them to adopt cell phone bans in the schools and in the classrooms. And sometimes you just kind of have to suck it up and say, yeah, my kid's going to hate me for a year or two, but in the long run, they're probably going to realize that it was wise to wait.
Yeah, it's great advice. And that it's funny that you say that. My friends who live in the region, in the suburbs, that's exactly what they did. They pulled their kids are going to go to a Christian school for multiple reasons, but that's part of the decision-making process. But before that, a lot of people I know got together with other parents and tried to make sort of a parental pact to say, hey, if we all join together, at least there's some strength in numbers. But
absolutely.
It's not easy. Well, Melissa, I hope you come back again. We thank you for your work. Melissa Henson with Parents Television and Media Council, Vice President of the programs there. And I know you have some great sites and advice for people, but thank you so much. And congratulations. What an honor that you were essentially honored, your work honored by the President and First Lady.
Well, and hundreds of thousands of supporters and just, parents and grandparents and concerned citizens that called their representatives and said, look, we need to make this reality. We need to get this done.
Well, thank you for your work and for sharing the latest with us, Melissa Henson. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe your take, 855-839-1210. I would submit to you that I would say this, even in our family, we have the conversations, begin with your own family, because sometimes you might have disagreements with relatives on where you stand. So make sure that you as a parent, that everybody respects your parental rights and your philosophy that, you and your spouse have. And make sure that you communicate with all the relatives to say, hey, they're going over to so-and-so relative's house or the cousin's house. Begin with the family to let everybody know this is what we believe. This is our policy, our philosophy. Try to get everybody on board so you're on the same page, and then maybe go out from there. So I think as much support as you can get from the family, friends, community, in all seriousness, because the kids, they're going to work you, right? They're working us. And just say, but Mom, Dad, come on. All the kids have, fill in the blank. So
it's tough.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
My brother, he lives up in Boston, a Boston suburb, and he leads a local chapter of a group called Wait Until 8th. It's a pledge that parents and schools are parents are trying to get other parents to sign, because their statement is if you have achieved some kind of number percentage, like 75% of children not texting or not having phones, and it becomes the normal again for kids not to want phones. So if parents can hop on and sign a pledge to not give their children phones, then maybe by popular demand we can eliminate the want by children. But man, and how do you address it? Like, are we just off the ledge at this point? Have we hopped over the ledge to technology, and we got to deal with cell phones at this point and kids? And we talked about the teacher last week that has trouble having her teenagers focus on topics, and it's sad. It's a sad state.
It is, but it begins with parents, and to your point, I have relatives who are involved in that too. Wait till 8th, that whole philosophy, and part of it too is keeping them busy. Right? Get them in sports, get them in music, get them in whatever to just keep them really busy. But you're right. It's a new era, and we all have to be aware and have the conversation. 855-839-1210. I know I'm overdue for a break. We appreciate you. Tell me that again, Dan.
Marvin E. Cans.
Yes, Marvin E. Cans. We've got to talk about my friends, my guys at Marvin E. Cans. They're great. So, every season they come out, check the system. I really appreciate. And here's the thing. It's like, why wouldn't you share with somebody if you found some good guys like the guys that I've found at Marvin E. Cans? They're awesome. And they are really perfectionists. So for the season, even though it doesn't feel like it's going to be summer anytime soon because we're in the 50s today, you got to get ready for summertime. And that's why I talk about my guys at Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. Here's the thing. I just got this Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit in the lower level where we're redoing our office for Larry and I. Equipment. You think about equipment can get finicky if it's too humid or you don't have the control over the temperature with on-camera equipment, audio equipment, all of that. So it was critical for us. Plus, it was just uncomfortable. So they took care. It's a game changer. Let me just tell you this. These mini split units from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, it's awesome. We love it. And just takes that humidity out. It's perfect. It's either warm or it's going to be nice and cool, temperature controlled. And so especially it's a ductless unit. So if you have an older home, let's say, or an area of the house where it's not reachable, this is what you want. So consider the mini split for your hard to reach areas. Just visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn St.
A slow-moving storm system will keep the forecast unsettled through the rest of the week. Periods of rain today steadiest during the afternoon. It'll be breezy with a high 59. Tonight, rain continues at times, possibly heavy overnight with a low 52. And for Thursday, still some rain around, especially during the morning. It'll be cool with a high 59.
At United Tire and Service, they take care of more than just your car. They support your community. That's why this May, they're proud to partner with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Whether you need service or not, stop by your local United Tire location and make a donation, because United Tire will match your gift dollar for dollar to help bring hope, healing, and brighter days to local children and their families. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Emmons. A bathroom remodel shouldn't be a nightmare. At Emmons, we make the process fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner, sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmons can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
So the latest breaking news as Trump is pushing Republicans to get it together, people, and get this bill signed, and how important it is. I've talked a lot about this. But Chip Roy, I know many of you like him, straight-talking Freedom Caucus member. He has spoken, and as usual, Dan Borowski's all over it and the breaking news of the morning. So here's the latest.
The legislation that we've got right now has made significant progress to advance the president's agenda, and that's what we're doing. We're trying to sit at the table. We're going to work with our colleagues, work with the White House to continue to deliver what the president campaigned on and what we all campaigned on. As my good friend from Maryland just said, the president yesterday laid out some real clear terms, and we're working to achieve those. And we were working last night with the White House to achieve those, and working with our colleagues today to deliver on what the White House put forward as a good faith effort to deliver on those objectives. Look, and just on a personal note, 14 years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. And one of the reasons I ran for Congress was to deal with our very badly broken healthcare system. Today, there are millions of Americans right now who can't get health care because of our broken system. They're on wait lists. The vulnerable Americans are on wait lists because we've got a broken system that rewards the able-bodied over the vulnerable, that gives more money to people on Medicaid than on Medicare. We are trying to fix those things and match those so we have a system that works. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to deliver so that the people who are actually out there working hard can actually get the health care that they want to get, that they can get, and get it the best way possible. That's what this is all about, changing a broken system, making sure we're saving taxpayer dollars, and being able to provide a better environment for people to be able to thrive in their families. So we're going to work with the president today. We're going to work with our colleagues to deliver, but there's a long way to go. And I want to be very clear. We've got to deliver on what we're talking about, or we're not going to be able to get the bill done. And that's what we're trying to achieve.
And so so I will say we keep hearing that they're moving the ball forward, but you can hear in his tone, and even he had posted on social media, and again, a lot of these individuals were working, as I said, well into the night. And so this was early this morning, essentially, that Chip Roy had posted, there's still plenty of time for progress, and fight will be bill by bill, program by program, dollar by dollar. But then he wrote, but DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, has drawn public attention to corruption, fraud, waste. It's a matter of will for Congress to follow the lead and use all tools in the belt. And then Chip Roy made that statement early this morning, but he was reposting, a post of Elon Musk talking about Doge and how Rhino Republicans are not basically, making the Doge cuts into law, and they're not doing everything that Elon Musk suggested. And so calling out those rhinos, as they're saying, will go down in as one of the biggest mistakes in political history. So Chip Roy, you can tell the way he's thinking is, hey, let's do the Department of Government Efficiency. Let's make the appropriate cuts on one hand and deal with this fraud and government inefficiency. But at the same time, make sure that we spend our dollars where they need to be. And especially when you think about our homeless veterans, when you think about what he's referring to as far as medical care, and it is ridiculous, medical care. And I read recently that when you look at their debt, their worst debt, a lot of it is medical debt. Because no matter what anybody says, even in our area, and they've made a lot of advancements to make sure that you know what something's going to cost. But let's face it, especially when you take a loved one to the emergency room, and this is like my life, what are you going to do? You take your kid to the ER, you're going to go, well, how much is that going to cost? Absolutely not. You're freaked out. You're terrified. You're praying that everything's going to be okay. And so that's part of what it just feels like. The rich get richer, and those who don't have the money don't get the care that we deserve in our great nation.
Hey, more from that gaggle, Manu Raju, I believe it is, from CNN, digs into leader Andy Harris, asking exactly what it is he wants to see here to have changes, and things get a little testy. Take a listen.
You're asking for changes to FMAP. Do you want more energy? Yeah, but that's very, very general, waste, fraud, and abuse. Specifically, what are you asking for?
Waste, fraud, and abuse. I don't understand how that.
But I mean, you want FMAP changes? Are you demanding that there be changes to that, or are you demanding that the IRA tax credits all be phased out immediately?
We demand that waste, fraud, and abuse be addressed in Medicaid. It's inadequately addressed in the current bill, and we believe that as much of the Green New Scam should be eliminated as is possible.
But why are y'all doing this now?
Let me address the goalpost nonsense. We are working within the goalposts.
You voted for using these levels.
Excuse me. Can I answer the question?
Yeah.
Or you just want to filibuster?
You can talk. I'm just asking.
No. You're a filibuster.
It's not accurate. You're not very smart.
We are working.
We're deep in the details.
We're working within the goalposts. We're not saying we need to move the amount of cuts up, because goodness knows we moved the amount of spending yesterday with the SALT agreement. We're saying work within the goalposts, rearrange it within the goalposts.
So you can tell there's a back and forth, and he's the voice. If you're seeing him on YouTube or hearing him, Representative Andy Harris, he's the Freedom Caucus chair, and Chip Roy on his side as well. House Speaker, the word is, that House Speaker Mike Johnson, he's optimistic, but, some people might call it a rebellion from these conservatives. This is part of the process, but it sounds like they're trying to move this forth. And so they're dealing with, some of the details as far as the key tax deduction. They keep mentioning SALT. We're hearing they'll move it up to $40K. And so they don't have it yet. But, and I think, was that on Newsmax this morning? I'm trying to see who's saying what and when, but I'm looking at around 10 o'clock-ish. So we're, you even wonder hour by hour where they are, but you can, they're working on it. I feel positive. I think that they don't want to be the ones who put the kibosh on this. And so I think they're trying to push them to say, look, we have an opportunity here. We had all this hard work and sacrifice, really, by Elon Musk, by the Doge team, and it's an entire team, by the way, to push for this kind of efficiency. Let's get her done. And so I think what they want more cuts and accountability. That's what I'm seeing here with regard to supporting the DOGE efforts, that's historic. But then on the other side, putting the money where it needs to go and it should go. But I think that $40K in the SALT, the state and local tax deduction, SALT, that's what we're talking about. That's key to maintaining the House. In other words, Republicans keeping the House control, because that helps those New York State and, Republicans, for example. So we've got that going on. And the breaking news that Dan just told me, breaking news just in. Who do you think will get her done first? The Freedom Caucus and House Republicans, or the tush push? Yes, the tush push prevails. We won, right?
Yes, we
Okay,
won.
good.
Yes,
Woohoo!
it did not receive the votes needed from owners to ban the tush push. So NFL owners have not passed the tush push ban. The tush push remains, Dawn. No need for riots today. Woo!
Take the victory dance. E, A, L. How did the mayor?
I was going to see if
God
you got it
bless
right.
her.
Yeah.
No, I'm just being sarcastic, and it's good luck when she does it now. I think we should all do it for good luck. ELGLES or whatever the heck that was. I'm glad. Victory for another victory.
E-L-G-L-E-S, Eagles!
Woo! Hey, it was good luck. I'm just saying. 855-839-1210. So, man, just not a minute. When we come up for air, more breaking news. Be right back.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Do want to get to your calls. 2 quick updates, and one is the story of Brian McMonagle, who I think is one of the best attorneys in the country. I don't know if you knew this about him, but he actually began his career in the Philadelphia DA's office. You know, he's in his 20s, one of the youngest prosecutors back in the day. And I'm really serious when I say this, not just because he's a local Philadelphia guy, but because he's one of the most highly respected defense attorneys in the nation. And I'm grateful that he is supporting Officer Mark Dial in this case. So the testimony, the latest from courtroom observers, that you could see the family of Eddie Irizarry, who was killed in that tragic traffic stop. But also you could see their family members crying in court, but Officer Dial as well, tearful in the courtroom as this thing continues. So we have protesters outside CJC's Criminal Justice Center. Testimony has been emotional here. And the body camera footage, Officer Dial's, former partner testifying to the jury there that yes, he shouted out, he's got a gun. But then in the end, they found 2 knives. The handle of one of the knives looked exactly like a gun. So is there the benefit of the doubt that this jury would give to this young officer who faces spending years of his life behind bars if this jury comes back and says he's guilty of 3rd-degree murder? So just I hope and pray that this jury does the right thing. I do not believe that this officer intended to do anything other than protect himself and protect and serve. And the other headline, and I guess Dan said Zioli, before I get to your calls really quick, the FDA at the federal level here, Dr. Marty McCary, they're putting this out and saying that, in fact, with regard to the COVID vaccine, they want the tangible evidence. They want the trial data showing the benefits outweigh the risks before they disseminate these future vaccines. So we'll see where that one goes, but that's another important headlines. 855-839-1210. Want to get to Steve really... Oh, can I get to Steve? Really quick.
That'd be quick, yep.
Yeah. About John Roberts and what he said about checking the president's power. I believe he was the deciding vote to save Obamacare on a decision. I think it was related to whether or not it was a tax. Mm-hmm. And in his argument on his decision, he said elections have consequences. So he made a decision that was political more than based on the law. Yeah. And he flat out said elections have consequences. He's known for that.
Yeah.
So how come it seems like he's being a huge hypocrite?
Thank you for that. Thanks for reminding us of that. And I think that's exactly what J.D. Vance was reminding him, that if he believes in the will of the people, if he believes in elections, do the right thing. Thank you, Steve. Thank you so much for being here today. My goodness, a fast-paced day, and it continues with my colleague, Dom Giordano. Hey, Dom.
Hello, Dawn. 2 congressmen. We have Jeff Andrew and Scott Perry inside the big, beautiful bill, and $40,000 our cousins over in Jersey now get as far as off their federal taxes. Oh, come on now. It's bribery to get over the finish line. And also, we're going to talk about the FOP and Krasner. maybe they agreed with Dugan not to do the endorsement. Maybe I shouldn't have gone after them as much.
Uh-oh. Controversy.
Yeah.
The Dom Giordano Show starts right now.
Now is the time to get away to the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. It's my happy place, and I know it'll be yours too. And we're going to be there for our next live show, June 20th. And you got to book now to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights and get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights get you $70 a night. 7 nights, you're going to get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use these credits to make purchases of food and beverages, Hemingway's restaurant, outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or in the gift shop. Take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Just call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you have your dream event. To book your stay today, call 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, and again, we have, we're right in the center with Jeff Van Drew, because disturbing, yesterday the Trump administration has reopened up the New York, New Jersey wind turbines, not the ones closest to us, but I've been following on Twitter, Protect Our Coast, gone wild on this. We'll find out what he knows. He's here at 1 o'clock. And we'll also ask him about the big, beautiful bill. I realize it's tough for the people in Jersey like Van Drew, but apparently the deal is they're going to get $40,000 in the SALT caucus, $40,000 to take off their federal income tax. And again, I am going to take this case by case. I'm not going to say some of these people are reluctant to sign off on this, because President Trump doesn't want to see any cutbacks on Medicaid, apparently. Just waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, the waste, fraud, and abuse, if we're including, you have able-bodied men on Medicaid that shouldn't be there through COVID, et cetera, they ought to be off. So I get it. I get that they have to do this tax relief, regulatory relief, School choice will get such a boost if this goes through, but I'm trying not to be biased just on what I want, not to look at the totality. Are those compromises that you're willing to say, yeah, let's give the people in Jersey, we need their votes, New York, etc. Let them have whatever salt cap they want. 40 grand from 10? That's what the deal is, apparently. And then I believe it goes up a percentage point each year for the next 10 years. Look, Jersey's bad. We have to help them in every way that we can. Is that the right way to do it, though? I'm not going to be one that says, well, tell people just to move out of Jersey. I'm insane. I live in Philadelphia with Larry Krasner winning going away. And tip of the hat to Tony Bruno, Dan. I think he wanted to throw my hat into the ring to run against Larry Krasner since they don't have a Republican.
I nominate Dom Giordano.
It was Nick
Dom
Cale.
went to law school.
Dom wouldn't take the pay cut.
All right, so it was Nick Cale that we should get on. All right. Thank you, Nick, for the nomination. I'm on.
What Dom's going to have to say at noon today. Nobody spends more time talking about Larry Krasner. I mean,
right?
that's Dom's,
right.
That's his niche, right?
Krasnerland.
Niche.
Krasnerland. Yeah, I mean, he's dedicated a segment to this before.
Wait a minute.
He said niche, Tom.
It's niche, Nick. It's niche. Stop it already. Wait a minute. Who took over the body of Nick Cale? Is that all that bicycle riding has gotten to it? He's dehydrated. Oh, my God. It's niche.
It's niche.
I mean, this is worse.
That's his niche.
I'm willing to bet the sauce people are probably saying niche. I see a connection here in these two industrial complexes.
Oh, who are you to judge, Mr. Gravy over here?
Yeah, I say
highfalutin
gravy
over here, niche. Yeah,
yes,
come on.
And I'm going to be adding to it during the show. There are other things.
That's his niche.
Oh my God, Nick! Do you know how it just sounds elitist? Sounds like you're going to say.
No, yours sounds elitist, Tom.
No, mine sounds.
You're
like
the one
this.
judging people for getting it wrong. You know,
niche. Which one sounds more elitist?
That's his niche.
Oh, just look how he had to pause to do that. Just the pausing was unbelievable. Well, I don't know. Vince Fennerty, Dan, the previous guy, when this came up, it wasn't for DA. I don't know if you need to be a full-fledged lawyer. I could get that in a half hour. I could make a call. The Wilmington Law School would make me, yeah, he's got enough credit. He won moot court. That's it. Put him in the ring.
That's his niche.
I could do it. Half hour. You're certified. You're a lawyer in Phil. Let Krasner challenge that. We could have a debate right there at the law thing. At least give him some competition. Larry Krasner plays into the side question today, though, definitely. Yesterday was my birthday, which I'll get to in a moment.
Happy birthday.
Well, thank you very much.
Why is that not like front and center yesterday?
Well, because we're going to use it for a side question. We had a good one yesterday, so I withheld it for a day. It was a stay of execution. Okay. But Republicans now may put Judge Dugan in. A couple of things. I'll play you a little bit of Krasner. Can you imagine this guy last night? Dan, what was your favorite cut of Krasner here? Because
it was a fun day with Krasner because not only did he make the claim that he won this election as an everyman type individual, a popular individual that didn't need the money, he also made sent a message up or down to D.C. as to what they should be looking at, in his win. And then he also talked about how under his reign, there's the least amount of incarcerated individuals, which is something to be proud of.
And he did the classic, if you blank around, you're going to find out.
And he made a corny Philadelphia joke as well.
About the Chiefs and all.
Yeah.
Imagine this guy, and somebody told him, don't be on the stage. You're a man of the people. He's standing there with a microphone in some banquet hall or something.
Oh, listen how much it oozes out in this clip, Don.
Yeah.
Take a listen.
To this, you cannot just buy elections. So here's my formula for a winning election. I hope you're listening in D.C. It goes like this. Have less money. That's point one. Have smaller donations. That's point two. Tell the truth. That's it. That's point three. Stand up for and defend democracy.
We're a republic, you clown.
I lost track of my numbers.
All right, so I do hope the Democrats, let's get this movement going. They need to have a seminar with Larry Krasner. He won going away over 20 points. He showed Donald Trump. He took on Donald Trump. Imagine Trump. Who's this guy in Philadelphia?
You want to hear his corny prepared, Philly
The
joke?
three-peat.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
so
with
bad.
the Chiefs.
It's
Yeah,
so
here we
bad.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Repeatedly 3 times. I think in Kansas City they would like to call it a 3-peat.
I've been sitting on that one, Larry. Yeah. Every member.
Wait, let him finish his thought here, dog.
But in Philly, we do call it a 3-peat.
Can you imagine this guy? Would you like to sit and watch a ball game of any sort with Larry Krasner? Can you imagine? My God, with the Phillies hat on. And isn't SEPTA wonderful? Yeah, 500 people are with him, an entourage, guys with no necks and guns and all, and he's riding on SEPTA. What's the big deal? Why are people always complaining about this? Look, you can either roll over and give up on this stuff, because remember, I had a lot of people on Twitter, they were fired up when this went down, and they were saying, well, I moved from Philadelphia. Well, guess what? Philadelphia doesn't let you move. How many times have we seen the attacks in the suburbs? Pat Malloy will probably be on the show in studio at Farley on Friday. He's headed to the shore. I think he'll be on from Abington. And we've talked about how much, if you're in the suburbs, does this blow over from the Krasners of the world into the suburbs? Fred Herring and others will not send their officers into Philadelphia to aid and abet and back up. Why? Because of Krasner. They're afraid he'll prosecute them. For what? Anything. All right, so do I owe the FOP an apology? I don't know yet. I'm talking to sources. A couple people emailed me. They were poll watching Northeast Philadelphia. The turnout was dismal. And the argument is that Judge Dugan may not have asked for the endorsement. Now, why wouldn't he do that? Because he got bad advice again. Because Krasner was able to link him to Trump and Republicans. Like, you don't know Krasner's going to do this. Yeah, so what should you do? I told you where your moment was with your wife. Go after him right there. Show him the punk that he is. Is this going to happen to every Democrat that dares run against him? Yeah, that's what he's going to do. And that's what this mob in Philadelphia is all about. How does Trump enter into any of this? It did. It's what they do. And the black ministers group that he has all these grants and all this money going to them in one way or another, they're there. Can they answer for crime? Oh, it's the lowest rate in the last 50 years. Really? Philadelphia's safe now. So you can either give up when you see these things and say you just have to give up on places like Philadelphia. Remember statewide how important that is and how well Trump did. And what a gap he had versus previous Republicans. One other thing, Guy Shiraki makes a very good point coming off yesterday's primaries. And that is that Democrats crushed Republicans in overall turnout, overall votes yesterday. And you can say, well, come on, Dom, who cares? It's off year, it's primary and all that stuff. We're not taking anything for granted. We are wanting to win badly in the midterms. And my fear is, and you just can't put on these stupid rose-colored glasses. The fear is this. When Trump's on the ticket, the Trump base goes gaga. They can't, the saliva's all over the ballot. When Trump's not on the ticket, what the hell do we do to get these people to understand every day it's a fight for the country? I mean, how do you think I feel watching Krasner last night engage in this and have to sit there and think, what's the next step? Am I going to move out of Philadelphia? No, not at this point. Am I going to roll over and say, we surrender to the great Krasner? No.
I nominate Dom Giordano.
I do too.
Dom went to law.
Wait a minute, Dawn.
The pay cut.
Well, Dawn's laughing a little bit too much there. I didn't take that as an endorsement.
She ran out of you. I don't think she
Yeah,
wanted to-
Tony Bruno was sort of endorsing. And we were going to get Nick on anyhow one of these days coming up to find how his bicycle training is. So would he be the campaign manager? Now, I know it would be a bitter fight between Dan and DJ. Oh, my God. What DJ might do to be the campaign manager. I think I'd have to go with Dan in that. I don't think I could take DJ as a campaign
Hear
manager.
that, DJ? Look at that.
No, Roe's not a campaign manager. No. Well, can't we shake hands? There's no handshaking.
Director of Empathy, Ro Giordano.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would do. It's the best move I ever made in my life. I'd send Ro out on the campaign trail, and they'd say, well, if she loves him, he can't be that horrible. That would be my whole campaign, the Rose Garden. I'm from Germantown. That counts. Hey,
great.
I'm better. Wait a minute. Who's going to get more votes? The Republicans with no candidate or me? You can't have a negative vote. Can people show up and say, I want to cast a negative vote to take away from the total?
Krasner essentially said, don't even try. You want to hear that?
Yeah, here.
So if it should turn out that I have a Republican opponent,
I'm going to stop it right there just because I want your commentary on the laughter of.
These people laughing. Highest poverty rate of the big cities in the country for the last million years. Even though I like the mayor better than what we've had before in the police, that is a given. What do they have to laugh about here in Philadelphia? What's so wonderful that they think they've suddenly discovered here? It's better than when Jim Kenney was here, but if it were Kenney, they'd still be laughing. Dan Henry, you found that humorous too. What do you think they're laughing at?
I mean, they're laughing from their bellies there.
Yeah, exactly.
Big hearty chuckle. It's all a big joke.
Yeah, exactly right. Hey, all you punks around Krasner there, every one of them, I'd like to walk in with the Fitzgerald family, you punks, and laugh with the Fitzgerald family. All right.
Should I play Krasner?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know whether...
Yeah.
a Republican opponent. If it should turn out that I have a question for that opponent.
Why is his accent now
and his
changing?
Yeah,
rich friends from far away. And that question is, which part don't you like? The safety or the fairness? And under the fairness is the freedom. Which part don't you like?
Did you hear that woman going, Larry's saying, talk it, Larry, say it, Larry. What world are these people living in?
I will say this to whoever possible Republican opponent there might be. You keep this up, you might educate the whole country. You keep this up, you keep effing around. In November, you're going to find out.
Oh, you going to find out. Suddenly he's down south. He's from Kansas originally, and he's in Philadelphia. You're going to find out.
He's giving me Thomas Carcetti vibes from The Wire. Like when he wins the Democratic primaries, like, is there even a Republican candidate in this town?
Yeah. Oh, God. He's the big man. He's going to bring him to Washington to tell us the blueprint. Well, first of all, run in a place that's lost its mind. That's Philadelphia. But, I can make the point. Sherelle Parker was able to beat Helen Gim, who maybe is to the left of Krasner.
In November, you're going to find out.
Oh, my goodness. All right. You know what? Let's not have a primary. Just come on the show, Larry. Come on. Then you can educate us. I'm the pipeline. I'll take the pipeline. Dan, you can send it to his people. Pipeline to Washington. Go do the Giordano show.
I love it.
Yeah. I mean, let's ask. They want to educate them, and we'll send a transcript to Washington.
You want to make those lists of Supreme Court, short lists?
Oh, can you imagine? Now, I'd have to have a bib on here. I'm serious. The saliva's dripping just thinking about this in studio.
That would be a funny visual. You have the lobster
and
bib
I think Jim Kelly knows what I do. I went right out of the box to be arguing. And then about 5 or 6 minutes in after the softballs, then it's listen, buddy. That would be the moment.
Listen,
buddy.
Listen to this laughter just one more time.
Yeah.
So if it should turn out that I have a Republican opponent.
All right. So, the idea of this guy is just one real point here. Talking about the building trades, kudos to Ryan Boyer. He's the head of the building trades, Democrat, et cetera. But he put it on the line, and he went after Krasner. He's a great guy. Honored to have him on the show. Krasner's the one, the first time he ran. They got $1.2 million. It's probably worth about 1.8 now from one person. You know who it is. First time he ran. Yet he has the nerve, and the media history doesn't matter here. He's critical of what the building trades. Who are the building trades? There are 40,000 men and women who are middle class, many of them Democrats. And they went after this guy. Why? They're not insane. That's why. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. All right, I got a great birthday present that Dan will not get at yet. I'll tease it coming up. He doesn't know. Henry might even have something to say.
Ooh.
Ro lost her mind. She had some really good ones. I needed another umbrella. It's a slicker umbrella.
Oh, okay.
I needed a beach chair. It's a fancy beach chair.
Yeah?
It's
like
one of the
that.
really
Did you knew a pair of socks to wear on the beach as well?
No. But coming up, I'll tell you what she got. And the only reason I'm doing it, it's great talk radio fodder. It's unbelievable. Let me give you the side question first.
Is it a tie clip by chance?
No, wait till you hear this. It involves some touching, so I'll tease you
Oh,
with that.
whoa,
Yeah,
some hey now.
Some touching,
Wow,
yes, yeah, touching. All right, so yesterday was my birthday.
You came with a smile on your face today.
My birthday wish, egged on by Dan, slightly by Henry, so that might be okay, is who is it you'd love to hear me interview because you'd think this would be one for the ages? Now, Jack Stolzheimer is a minor character.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
But that interview with him had people listening in South Africa. You're the one that's being obnoxious with this stuff. Now, I asked you a legitimate question.
Thanks a lot, Don.
Go right ahead and answer. Okay. Yeah, you hung up. I didn't hang up.
Okay.
Yeah, the hang up. But it was Sybil through there. You know, I'm not Larry Krasner.
What you should probably do is stop reading the Republican blogs and actually look at the facts.
The way that man says blogs is unbelievable. So, who is it? And I thought about this. Who are some people I'd love to have, living or dead? First,
my name is Jack Stolzheimer, not Larry Krasner.
There's one of them.
Once I get started,
Krasner would be one. Roe contributed this, the prodigal son. You know how I go off on the Bible story.
Answer.
I don't like the prodigal son. He's not getting the fatted calf.
Yeah.
The good son's getting 2 fatted calves that night. Yeah, but there's only one. He's getting the whole thing. Prodigal son is going to do the cleanup detail. Welcome back, my son. Now clean up for the good son. Ministers, you can
Are you going to tell that to his face? I mean,
yes.
yeah.
Ministers, you can send me your commentary. The prodigal son I'd love to interview. Howard Stern in honor of Dan. And just could I break through relentlessly? And since he attacked me for 14 minutes, which was beautiful.
I love that you have it exactly counted.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This guy actually goes out during his radio show and patrols the border during his commercial breaks.
It's the all-time. And a person I'd love to have back, but this time in studio. And this would be elevated and beyond ferocious. The most ferocious I've ever done over the phone. Chris Christie. Oh, my God. I'd live for that again. It would be, with all the baggage it's built up since the other one, where it got beyond intense. All right, Henry, how about yours? What would you like to hear?
Yeah, so I'm going to take off 2 actors on the board. And the reason I'm going to take 2 is because they share a scene in a movie which is oft quoted in this show, and that would none other be than Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson.
Oh, yes.
I mean, Tom Cruise and Jack, you can obviously talk about a few good men, you know. You can't handle the truth. Or, you're goddamn right, I ordered that code red, you know. The whole thing. And with Tom Cruise, you can always talk about his stunts, his personal life, maybe Scientology if he warm him up a little bit. I think he'd be a fantastic interview.
He would be if we got to Scientology.
And then, I mean, how many stories does Jack Nicholson have? How many, you know?
Yeah. Well, he's a golfer, too. At least he chased a guy with an 8-iron in a traffic accident.
Yeah.
Jack, go with the 3-wood.
Jack, what were you thinking there?
By the way, did you get that promo from the other day? I think we had several today.
I'm working on it.
I
have it down to like 35 seconds right now. I get it at like 20.
Perfect, because I thought that was a pretty good one. Dan, how about yours?
I'm going to take a couple off the board, Dom. First off, how about Bruce Springsteen? Would love to hear you just grill him on his international politics. Another one, Dom, just out of your fanboy. I don't think I've ever seen you fan out over a guest. Well, maybe with William Shatner a little bit, but not to this level. If we had Tom Jones on, oh, man, and tell the story of Tom Jones.
I saved that one for you, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones?
Sir Jones.
Is that what Roe got you, a Tom Jones booking?
No,
because that's more than I could even do.
I'll tell you what
here.
it is. This is talk radio heaven for the next month until this happens. What the hell was she thinking? I can't see Maisie ever getting you this, but I don't know.
Wait, are you going to tell us, or are you just still doing a long tease?
Teasing.
Just doing a long tease? You're
a
killing me,
tease.
dog.
4-minute tease. Don't drive off the road. I know it's raining. If you're walking with an umbrella, get into a vestibule. First time I ever said vestibule on this show.
Yeah, is it really?
I think so.
And finally, Dom, how about it's a long-time debate. Now Rich Zioli entering into it with his Italian vibes and saying it's sauce. But I think if there's one person you'd ever listen to end the debate, it would be hearing it from his mouth itself, Frank Sinatra, which we do have audio of.
Excuse me, Mr. Sinatra. Are we calling this sauce or are we going to call it gravy? I mean, we have to determine this. It's a sauce.
Well, you hear it there. Frank Sinatra says it's a sauce, but if we could resurrect him, have him on the Dom Giordano program for you to ask him directly, I think you'd finally let it die.
Now, Sid Mark, genius at what he did, but come on, Sid. You should have intervened there. Well, Dom Giordano says gravy. All right. 855-839, Mr. Tom, at Mulligan's, too. Johnny would demand it at Mulligan's. Tom Jones dancing on the bar at Mulligan's. Now, that's my idea of a great event.
Well, we had close to it. Earl of Tacony came in a leisure suit one time and did a Tom Jones cover.
Yeah,
it was
exactly. It was green, I think, too. Kind of your suit.
Mr. Sinatra. Are we calling this sauce or are we going to call it gravy? I mean, we have to determine this. It's a sauce.
I think that was not Sinatra. It was an impersonator.
Oh, okay.
All right, 855-839-1210. Jump in. Who would you like to be interviewed? Give me your comment on Krasner, and I'll tell you what Roe got that is hard to believe on Talk Radio 1210.
But she knows what I'm about. She can take what I dish out, and that's not easy.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup available at Piazza Mazda. Right now, they're offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, and the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5 and sporty CX-30, they're available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading. Current inventory is unaffected by any new tariffs. Visit piazzamazda.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. We're rolling today. So much stuff. We'll get to the tush-push later. What was the vote? They needed 3/4. You know, my theory on all this shows that the NFL are socialists, but they haven't gone full socialist yet. Why would this even be a question? I'll get to it. All right, Rose present. The umbrella. And it's a really good umbrella.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, usual.
Yeah.
The beach chair, which is fabulous.
Which is nice. I feel like it's a subliminal message of take me to the beach. It's been too long, Dom.
Oh, no. We go at every opportunity. We're going to Farley. She said, well, 64 degrees. You couldn't be. She once wiped her nose on the beach with this giant beach blanket saying, it's not that cold out in Atlantic City. We were going in October.
There's no time that's not a beach time
trips.
for
Yo, no time. No matter what, she'll be there. No, but the present of presents, she has gotten me at the spa she goes to and have her nails done, a foot massage.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Oh, okay. Have you ever had a foot massage, like a professional foot massage?
No, but I've been massaged, and you should know this. I'm addicted to massage. If I get massaged...
Wait, hold on.
Yes, I literally
You're not like
think,
Robert
why
Kraft
can't-
addicted to massage.
No, not in that way.
Whoa.
Why can't I just be massaged all day long? If I were massaged on the air, then I'd have to get it in the next contract.
We could
I
make
need
that
a
happen.
masseuse
I
in
mean,
here.
just how we're calling a masseuse daily.
Oh,
and,
there's nothing. Have you ever been massaged by a professional?
Not well.
No.
No, I'm telling you, there's nothing like
So-
it.
so-
It's just, oh, God.
I got to ask because this may sound weird, but I actually prefer massages from dudes. So is that something you'd consider?
Yes, I think I would prefer that, or a woman that
That's
I
what I'm
was.
saying.
A woman.
You want deep tissue? You got
a woman that I wasn't attracted to in any possible way. Yeah.
During the break, for our listeners, Don Giordano revealed something, and we actually asked him that question whether or not he'd accept it from a man. And,
Yes.
It's sure. He said and told us a story about getting a massage in the past, and then he said he got a massage from a guy one time and sat there wondering what he should talk about. Dom, you don't enter into a massage wondering what should be the content
You have
of the conversation.
to.
No,
Henry
you
knows
sit there.
this. They want you to talk. They want you to talk.
I feel-
All right.
No masseuse
I feel
ever
like-
wants a conversation with the person they're
I
massaging.
bet we have 50 people out there that are massaging right now. Give us a call. You want us to talk. You want to make a little conversation.
No, I feel like they want you to be relaxed first and foremost. And if your way of being relaxed is talking to them, I'm sure they'll do it.
And then they got
I'm
to
sure
worry
they don't
about
set out
listening to
do
what
it.
you're saying and coming up with a response rather than focusing on the deep tissue massage. And
No, people always want a little conversation.
don't.
It'd be like if I had somebody driving
Silence
me.
is-
Well,
okay,
first of all, I
it's-
wouldn't allow it. It's the same thing. I feel this person's working so
no,
hard
this
for
is
me. I don't like it.
you're doing this because we had a long drive, Dom, and I got to say I was happy to find out that for the majority of it we were silent.
Yeah, I had to listen to Dribble of Howard Stern, among other things. A
crank up
lot
the Howard
of
Stern.
lot of vaping going on. And Dan, Henry, a guy getting changed as we're driving. I'm talking taking off the shirt, putting on a tie as we're going 60 miles an hour down the highway.
I'm actually kidding. To the listeners, we
Meanwhile,
had a fantastic
right, yeah.
conversation.
And the White House is calling me. When the hell are you getting here?
Dom, if you're laying down relaxing to get massage, the last thing the masseuse wants to hear is, "So what did you think of the Eagles game last week?"
All right, we'll settle. These people were ringing in. I'm sure they're masseuses or massage experts. 855-839-1210. Do you want to be talked to? And I think they
I
will.
don't even want to screen his call, but can we just go? I feel like Joe in Columbus is
Joe in
indeed
Columbus.
a massage expert.
Yeah, Joe.
He seems like a guy that would get a massage.
Joe,
on a
don't you
fairly
think
frequent
people would
basis.
want to be talked to when you're being massaged?
No. I had a massage. My wife gave me a massage for our first anniversary down the shore, and I had this woman who was like a East German shot putter with the strongest hands.
That is awesome.
Well, that's a little bit different. I had a Russian masseuse, and I'm not partial to the Russian blonde, so it was okay.
But Dom, she was good. She was good, and I had to forget it was it wasn't man hands.
Well, Joe,
he took every knot out of my back.
Do you share my addiction? Because I was massaged on the air, and I almost couldn't continue. It was a 5-hour show. Keep massaging.
Yeah, well, Don, when I was done, she said, it was out in Point Pleasant, really nice spa out there,
Okay.
resort. And
Robert Kraft recommended that one, right?
If it's the same one, it's top.
She had man hands.
But it was like she said, okay, just lay here and unwind. they woke me up an hour and 15 minutes later. I was dead to the world.
That's also the thing I'm against, though, is falling asleep on the massage table, because then you just don't get to enjoy it.
Right, exactly. You got to stay awake.
But at the same time, you don't have to have a conversation to remain awake. You can just, you know,
you need a little
be
conversation,
embroiled in your own
Joe.
thoughts.
Come here, imagine me not talking. Come on.
I was awake through the massage. It's just the unwind just knocked me right out.
All right, Joe, who would you want me to interview?
Well, as a piggyback to Bruce Springsteen, I would like to see you interview Taylor Swift with not just her association with Springsteen, but the connection and the rivalry between Kansas City and Philadelphia. And what I'd love to see you put her on the spot with Springsteen, because she's a Springsteen sycophant. But also the rivalry that went on between her boyfriend and his brother.
Okay.
And the controversy and whatever went on at the dinner table.
That is a very good one. Thank you, Joe. I more think I share her affinity, Dan. I would really like to interview Eminem. I'm obsessed about Eminem. The music, the moment. He captures what I think life is right there.
That one lyric, Dom, really captures it.
He does.
Yeah.
He gets it. No, he gets the ferocity of it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a toxic element, or he was. I'm not sure if he still is, but yeah, he gets it though.
I feel like Taylor Swift really got it when she covered it too. She really encapsulated the vibe of.
Let's hear it. Yeah.
One opportunity to be the loudest crowd that we have seen all summer. Would you take that shot? Or just let it slip. Yo, his palms sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. He's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud he opens his mouth. The words
by the way, President Trump for the kids
the Bob
yesterday.
Dylan of a generation, Dom.
When Caroline Leavitt was being asked by the kids all kinds of questions for sons and daughters, daughter and son's day, Trump ended all of it by dancing YMCA with the kids. Oh, my God. Now, that's presidential entertainment. All right. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. So Jeff Van Drew here at 1 o'clock. Guess who's trying to get a big break in the big fat bill? The American Dental Association. Oh, yeah. I got that. I don't know if Van Drew will address that, but there's a lot with this bill not to like. You heard our take on Krasner. Coming up, Bucks County, and what does it have to do with Larry Krasner? I'll explain. And a foot massage. Come on, we need a masseuse to rule on this. Do you want us to talk or not during this? 855.
No, there's no way.
855.
I'm so upset that this is even a conversation.
839-1210.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Looking for the perfect ride at the perfect price? At Hester Chevrolet, we've got the deals to get you on the road in a new Chevy today. Our huge selection means there's something for everyone. Plus, with easy financing options, getting behind the wheel has never been easier. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy's Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
A slow-moving storm system will keep the forecast unsettled through the rest of the week. Periods of rain today steadiest during the afternoon. It'll be breezy with a high 59. Tonight, rain continues at times, possibly heavy overnight with a low 52. And for Thursday, still some rain around, especially during the morning. It'll be cool with a high 59.
D&K Appliances, family-owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are the local experts in guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flowertown or dkappliances.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Fade, watch it, turn it, leave it, stop, format it, touch it, bring it, fade.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. You can get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, push pound 1210. Some of the buttons those clowns around Krasner were wearing, Black Voters Matter, and Make Fascism Wrong Again. Get it? The Trump element in all this. That's what they're running on. Make fascism wrong again. Wow, I wonder how long it took to come up with these fabulous buttons. I mentioned Bucks County, and I know the DA of Bucks County has agreed to a debate, and we believe, now we know the Democrat challenger will be Joe Kahn, who, when we last saw him, was one of the people running in that first race in Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. So I wouldn't say he's Krasner, but he's much more liberal than, I think, Bucks County, and hopefully we are going to set up a debate between the two. And on the sheriff's side, this guy Seisler, who I thought was more headquartered in Philadelphia, is out there now running for sheriff against Fred Herron. I would say that's going to be pretty difficult. Here's a stunner. I need somebody in Abington. I know they've been nuts before with their schools there. Back in the day, and we're talking years and years ago, where this would be like $800,000 or something today. They were paying their superintendent over $400,000 at one point in time. And I thought, wow, yesterday Abington approved borrowing, as I understand it, $285 million for a middle school, not even a high school. My God, $285 in Abington for a middle school. Now, they're also, at least they were in the past, one of the biggest fans of the rainy day fund. In other words, a rainy day fund, these people come and they beat up the taxpayers for more and more school taxes every year. And yet they hold back for a rainy day, sometimes tens and 20 to 30 to 40, $50 million. And they were one of the leaders in that also. All right. So somebody has to tell me what the heck is in the water in Abington? $285 to borrow for a middle school? All right. Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Good.
I just got up talking to Henry, and you guys, it's not really fun to listen to you guys. Listen to you guys have so much fun while I'm working, and it's like it's just not fair. On a rainy day, these guys are having a crack up.
Well, thank you. We're bringing a little sunshine between the raindrops. I can't say behind the scenes, that brawl that went on after the first break, but it's calmed down now.
You took off Chris Christie, and obviously you should have. But I would pay to be in studio for that one for sure. Tickets.
Yeah, exactly. Who's yours, Gary?
So did you happen to catch the Cash Patel, Marino
Yes.
Bartiromo Sunday interview with Dan Bongino also?
Yeah, and it surprised me. They both said they've looked at everything, and it was a suicide.
Well, I wasn't going to go there first. I was actually just going to ask you, do you think there was any legitimacy to, okay, we stopped the border, the southern border, Mexico's been a great help, and guess what? The fentanyl's still coming in here, and they said, yeah, it's coming in here through Vancouver.
Yeah, I'm not buying that one on that. Now, look, they know better. They're the FBI, but you know what? Canada is fairly secure. It's Mexico. I've been there. It's the cartels, yeah.
So you went to my side question answer, which is I would love for you to ask Jeffrey Epstein. So, Jeffrey, who were you more afraid of, Hillary or Bill?
All right, there's a great one. That'd be first question out of the box. By the way, great column today at National Review, why Cash Patel and Dan Bongino are not covering up for Trump. Do we really think if Trump were involved in murdering Epstein, they wouldn't have gone after him? I mean, look at the flimsy thing they went after for those felony charges in New York. You think Bragg and the people in New York wouldn't go after Trump if they thought Trump was involved somehow or another in trying to murder Epstein? No, he's the last person. There's a million other people in line trying to do that, without a doubt. So 855-839-1210, hit us on the side question. We're going to talk with Jeff Andrew, a lot of stuff brewing, including those wind farms are back in New Jersey. It's more Jersey, New York, that border, not where we are. But still, how did they get back in there? I thought the Trump administration said, that's it, no more. You're not doing this. I'll ask him about that. I'll ask him about the bill. I have several things in the bill I'm not on board with. They have to reform Medicaid more. I don't like the $40,000 for salt. And in general, I'm not sure that this is not going to blow up the deficit to some level. I get it what they're saying. The economy will roar and it won't matter. How about tips? I think they've done a good job on that. The overtime, I'm not sure. And the Social Security, I'm not sure. Could this actually hit the floor of the House today or tomorrow? Yeah, I think by tomorrow it's going to. I think they could be voting on this on Friday. I think they want to get out of Dodge. Do they have the votes? Not that I can see at this point. I like they're doing 1 o'clock in the morning. Democrats don't want to show up? Too bad. Vote it through. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Hey, one more time to remind you of the big, beautiful trip. That's what we're calling it. The exotic trip to Sicily. When people talk about Sicily, they don't say, we went to Sicily. They're saying, you got to go back. I want to go back already. Join me and Roe and Talk Radio 1210 listeners for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. We'll be headed to Europe again, of course, with our great friends at Conservative Tours. $55.44, that includes airfare. And for that, well, you get the company of Talk Radio 1210 and other talk stations. Usually we get some people joining us. There's nothing like that. The dining events actually capturing what Sicily's all about. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans, the Godfather Tour part of it. Yes, it's like 2 tours in one. 888-733-9494, or go to the website, conservativetours.com. We'll visit Taormina, the crown jewel of Sicily, Mount Etna, the volcanoes, the Valley of the Temples, Savoca. Everything that you've heard about Sicily is there, and we'll hit it. 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow. So, there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but 2 of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2025.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. As we're speaking, the president was holding a meeting in front of reporters in the Oval Office, and this is a little bit like what happened with Zelensky with the South African president. And, of course, we have the Afrikaners, some of them, coming to the United States as refugees, the argument, genocide going on in South Africa against whites in the country. Here's a little bit of how it sounded.
And just to set the stage, Don,
Yeah.
this is right in front of Elon Musk,
Yes.
who's also standing right above Pete
Oh, I
Hegseth
didn't know
sitting
that.
on the
Okay.
couch. And
Yeah.
Elon's been one big proponent as to raising awareness as to what's happening to white farmers in South Africa. So Trump essentially plays back clips of individuals in South Africa calling for the genocide of, white farmers, then plays that famous video you've been seeing floating around of the crosses alongside the road. The president asks, do you know exactly where this is, kind of questioning the validity of it. So then Trump gets into it with some reporters who try to change the subject. But then finally, the South African president does get a chance to respond, and this is how he responded to everything. Dom, take a listen.
in your parliament, whatever you may call it, legislature.
But let me clarify that.
Yeah.
Let me clarify that, because what you saw, the speeches that were being made, one, that is not government policy. We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
take land. And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, there is quite...
Nothing happens to them.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
the farmers aren't black. The farmers are not black. I don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black. And the people that are being killed in large numbers, and you saw all those grave sites, and those are people that loved ones going, I guess on a Sunday morning, they tell me, to pay respect to their loved ones that were killed.
All right, Dan, we got the point. Now, some people, I think some of the reporters even, and it's an interesting question. First of all, that chair the guy's in. When I was in the Oval Office, Trump told Mary Walter to come on up, Mary, and sit in this chair. That's where I put the dictators. I don't think this guy's a dictator per se, but that's the chair. And, when you have the guy there, I think the guy's got to know this is probably going to come up, and he still wants to do the state visit. So are we saying when you have the guy there, you can't bring this up? Well, it depends. I'm on the air watching it now. I can't quite tell how much of the back and forth, how far do you go with this? But a discussion of it, I'm okay. Dan, you were watching more. You think it was over the top?
No, I think it was a great move. I thought it was a boss move to bring the guy in and say, look, your media's been lying about this. You've been lying about this. Face the facts. And what's your answer? Standing in front of Elon Musk, who's been one of the worldwide proponents on raising awareness to this. I think it's a boss move by Trump to do this.
And where the media will go, oh, Elon Musk again. Here we go. They don't want to hear that these people are refugees fleeing or they'll be killed, literally. And South Africa has had this before. Nelson Mandela was a hero, but you had the bishop and others who talked about necklacing. You get somebody and you put a tire around them and set it on fire. So we've seen back and forth there quite a bit. Yeah, and Elon Musk is kind of standing over Pete Hegseth in this. It's quite a moment. Not quite the Zelensky moment. We played that. That was an all-time. It's not heated like that. But Trump is making the point that what's going on in South Africa is being underreported, and the claims of genocide have a good deal of validity. All right, so 855-839. You know what the thing of, when Netanyahu's there, you're going to confront him over genocide in Gaza. What genocide in Gaza? You mean October 7th? You mean what they did to innocent men, women, and children? All right, so we got Jeff Van Drew coming up. He is, of course, in the center of the action. And there's a change, the Trump administration, on the wind farms. That is kind of curious. I'll ask him about that. And I'll ask him about how the bill is going. And his subcommittee really had a shootout. Van Drew and Jasmine Crockett talking about the red blazered congresswoman who was charging the line. And the tush push is still allowed. We got to talk about that. And will they take it away after 1 year? Or is the NFL not as bad as I thought? I thought there was it's a 3/4 vote here, 3 out of 4. So that's a little bit different than simple majority. I think they may have the majority to get rid of it. But it will continue. And I think if I were an odds maker, that for the Eagles in a close game is determinative. There's nothing like it.
Totally.
Yeah. I don't remember another play in sports or something. Remember the torpedo bats that we heard about.
That had a nice week, didn't it?
Yeah, and it seems, I thought they found something, but with the tush push, they have. All right, Jeff Van Drew next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding, as well as Certainty vinyl siding. Siding's not just for curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. Whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, they complete every project with such care, such precision, and they always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off today. What are you waiting for? Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Congressman Jeff Van Drew. It's ridiculous. No, he's voting. And hopefully on something significant. He'll join us immediately after that. On Twitter, our jousting with Larry Krasner has resulted in Paul Knox, Medicare for All. Cry more, fash. I guess that's short for fascist. But there's no H in there, Paul. So you don't have to put the fash. I mean, just let's get the spelling right. Is an FAS appropriate enough? And DeLulu Johnson, aren't homicides in Philly at record lows? Your fear-mongering doesn't work anymore. Bucko. Nice play. I like the Bucko. So suddenly Philadelphia is safe. It's Larry It's safe. It's free. We should just elect him. Let's make him DA for life. Can you imagine? All right. So all these people, Martina White's going to be here. And I'll say this, Martina, what the heck do we want? It's safe and it's free. Your constituents in Northeast Philadelphia always complaining. What the heck's wrong with them? It is safe and free. Larry Krasner said so. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that we have to do is just push pound 1210, and we will get you on board. Quite a spirited discussion with the president of South Africa and this back and forth with genocide there. Not quite as Zelensky. I mean, that was unbelievable. But this has gone on for about a half hour. Trump's still saying, why would you not arrest the men that did this, that killed white farmers? So I'm sure the media is enthralled with this. Okay. Had somebody on the line. Call us back, though. Abington yesterday. $285 million referendum was up there, and they voted for it. For a middle school. To borrow the money to pay for a middle school in Abington. Wow. You know, I know inflation, I know that. It's just a middle school, though. Yeah, we need that. $285 million. Let's get on it. Here is, this is cut 9. Marco Rubio yesterday had quite a shootout with Van Hollen, the guy who went to El Salvador to have a margarita with a wife abuser, MS-13 wannabe. Here's how it sounded.
And I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
May I respond?
You may sit.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job based on what I know.
Well, that's just a flippant statement, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
You may. I didn't ask.
Senator, please let the Secretary
I'd be happy to, but then I can respond to his.
Your time's up, Senator, and willfully used, I might add.
Well,
your remarks do not represent the view of this committee.
Well, Mr.
Secretary, please.
Well, I'd like to. I can't respond to everything he said because much of these are untrue, but I'll go through a few. First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation. I don't regret psychosocial support services.
I raised Sudan, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond,
Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7 straight minutes of
I chose to use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use
suspend
my time that way.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, whatever the hell that means. So I can go on and on. I got the list here, and there's more. I didn't even bring the whole list. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear. In the days to come, you're going to see who you went to defend.
Senator,
I'm sorry,
please,
Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Rubio has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor. You've had your
Secretary
time.
Rubio should take that testimony to the federal court of the United States because he hasn't done it under oath.
Now, you know how I feel about the time thing. I would like to see more leisurely stuff. When stuff gets going, I think we need more hours of that. That's the way to clear the air on this stuff. I don't know if subcommittee chairman Jeff Van Drew, who really had interesting people talking about the Jersey congresswoman, the one in the red blazer, who tried to storm the ramparts at the ICE detention center. I know on the subcommittee is Jasmine Crockett. Let's go to Jeff Van Drew. Congressman, welcome in. Nice work on the subcommittee.
I appreciate it, Dom. Good to be with you. How are you?
Very well. So, you know, usually it takes a full committee, but boy, your subcommittee is in the center of the action. What can you tell us about this stuff with the charges against LaMonica Ivor, who is the congresswoman from, I guess, that district near the Newark detention center?
So just to start, as far as the subcommittee goes, it's Subcommittee on Oversight, which gives us so much leeway and is why I particularly wanted that and worked to get it. And I want to thank my friend Jim Jordan for helping me with that. We can, in fact, I'll tell you what, our next hearing, I haven't told anybody this yet, but most probably we're working on now is going to be the first 100 days of the Trump administration. Our last hearing was on the Bureau of Prisons. The one before that was on the Department of Justice. So it's a subcommittee and oversight. So we get a lot of ability to talk about the real issues that affect real people and that are so important to this country. LaMonica, that's an issue that just shocks me, to be honest with you, regardless of whether you're Republican or Democrat. And I think there were three areas that were really important there. And the first one is, let's understand, these are the things we tried to accomplish in the committee. Who is in this detention center? Are these just good? Is this just a holding area for really nice people that accidentally got into the United States by mistake? Absolutely not. And we actually outlined, as you know, if you saw some of the hearing, the individuals who are held there. They are murderers. They are drug dealers. They are illegal gun dealers. They are rapists. A number of them that I detailed, one of them raped their own child over and over again. Others raped those that were not even of age. Really bad people. So, and I said it today in the hearing. We're having a hearing right now on a piece of legislation. I said today, what is this perverse, bizarre, I don't know other word terminology, desire of some of the left-wing radical Democrats. It's not every Democrat that's on the street of New York or Philadelphia or wherever, but I mean some of these folks in leadership particularly to just defend and fight for and want to leave the borders open for and bring in to the United States people who do really bad things and are here illegally. I don't get it. I swear to God, I don't understand it. So that's number one. Secondly, we discussed how a member of Congress should comport themselves. They keep saying that part of the responsibility of Congress is oversight, and it is. And we do have a right to look at, evaluate, and examine these facilities. I have no problem with that. That is part of our responsibility. No problem with folks being there. No problem with Congresswoman McIver going there and evaluating what's going on and seeing what's going on there. And either does ICE have a problem with it. Because I got to tell you, Dom, facility's pretty damn nice. These are people, many of whom don't deserve something that's nice. It's got indoor recreation, outdoor recreation, good meals, safe facility. It's better than some of our federal prisons, to be quite honest with you. But in any event, oversight does not mean that you can put your hands on, push around, and assault law enforcement officers. You cannot do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And nobody is above the law, including those that are in Congress or the President of the United States.
Something you mentioned surprising here, too. The wind is back in New York, New Jersey, and you have been up and down the line.
Jersey.
Yeah, it's not New Jersey?
No, I don't know. This is getting so much misinformation about this out there. This is one single case.
Okay.
All the other projects were stopped because of an executive order by the President of the United States, except this one, because this one was almost halfway done. And this one, what we tried to do, and I did work with the Department of Interior, Secretary of Interior, was to do a stop order, not from the president, but from the Department of Interior. And there was concern that this was not going to hold because of the nature of this one project. They were building it. It's not like they just got permitted.
Okay.
It's not just like it was an idea, not like it was just a plan. And somehow, with some folks, it's morphed into there are going to be these projects all up and down the coast. The president came to the Capitol yesterday. I was there when he first came, and then I had to scoot over. I had another meeting I had to go to. But in fact, he called me out in a good way. He said, "Where is Van True?" And he talked about the wind and the work that we've done. He has not backed off in what he feels about wind on the Jersey coast and in general. This was a project that was different. There were two total different mechanisms of stopping them. So I'm glad I've had the opportunity to discuss this. All that was allowed is that one individual project, which was, the construction workers are there, the things were going up, unfortunately, because it was pushed, by New York City and everybody else, including the Biden administration. only them. It's not New Jersey. The president would have to rescind his executive order to affect New Jersey.
All right, I'm going to clarify. What I meant was not where we are, but I thought that this was border of New Jersey, farther up New York and all that. But you're clarifying it's just in New York and it was already underway.
It's Empire Wind, just in
Yeah,
New York.
okay.
Same
All right.
company has desires to do work in New Jersey, but has not gone through, is not building yet, not through the process.
Let's talk about the big, beautiful bill. It looks like real progress here, but there are some people object. Now, you're inside the conference. You can make a better judgment than I. I don't know that a lot of these people are grandstanders. When they have an objection, say on the Medicaid thing, you and I have talked about that. It's hard for me to wrap around, though, what your judgment will be and their judgment about Medicaid when it comes to waste, fraud, and abuse. How about the fact that we have a lot of young men that are on there? It's not waste, fraud, or abuse, but should that change, that they shouldn't be on? They're not illegal, but we've allowed it. Should we move away from that?
So let's talk about that a little bit. There are work requirements.
Okay.
So that's why, let me right off from the get-go here. You read some of the left-wing media, and this is, they think, their ticket to win the midterm elections. Let's talk real politics. Let's really get down into the weeds and get nitty-gritty. And they're going to use this as a vehicle to beat the daylights out of Republicans. And they're putting things in trillions will be cut. And that's not accurate. It's just not true. We're not cutting any eligible individual human being or facility or the disabled or senior citizens or nursing homes or hospitals. What we are doing is making sure, states, for example, if they have greater than a 10% error rate, in other words, they're wasting 10% or more of the money and it's going for fraudulent use, they're held responsible and they've got to do better. And their share cost increase will go up for that. And it should. If you're a state that's funding illegals, the same thing, and it should, because people got to tell them to cut it out. But all the people, the individual recipients and facilities are going to be fined, especially if they do what's right. Now, to your answer about working people who have the ability to work and don't have children should work. So in this, and what they're saying, this is an important point. When you read these articles all over and see them and hear them online, they say trillions being cut. They're assuming that every person who is now being given, who are single, able, healthy individuals that are now have a work requirement. And by the way, it's only 4 hours a day, the work requirement. It's only 20 hours. They're assuming that every one of them, when they say we're cutting that amount of money, every single one of them is not going to work or go to school or volunteer in a community project, that they are just going to be off of Medicaid. That's not true. A lot of them are going to say, hey, I still want to get my Medicaid or the SNAP, so I better start working. I better start doing something. And I think the vast majority of Americans, including those who are on Medicaid, agree with that.
It's a 90-10 again, or at least 80-20. How about something that's been underplayed? Maybe I should underplay it because I want to see it go through dearly. And there's been a victory on this. That's school choice. And I like the formula. I like how it's happening.
Yeah, I mean, for too long we've seen. I always tell you straight out. Years and years ago, I wasn't that supportive of school choice. I thought, I don't want to hurt our public school system, especially in our urban areas, et cetera. It's like a sinkhole. It's not the kids, and it's not some of the teachers who try, but it's groups like the NEA, whether it's in Pennsylvania or the New Jersey Education Association here. I never hear about the kids. I just hear about money. I hear about themselves, and I hear now about super left-wing ideology. It has nothing to do with teaching. The Education Association, the NEA, to be coming up with real substantive plans to help kids in urban areas because they're coming out of school undereducated. And it is not fair to people of color. It is not fair to people that live on the margins. And they are then committed to the same kind of life that their parents and grandparents were. We want to do better. We want them to reach for the bar. We want them to reach for the brass ring. So I think this is a way that we can actually help marginalized communities. I think it's a way we can help people of color. I think it's a way we can help our urban areas.
It's a big breakthrough. Congressman Jeff Van Drew with us. Take a moment now, as you've taken us through some of this. What pops out to you? What objections do you have? Or what do you think is underplayed or the media is not covering correctly in this big bill? What is it that Jeff Van Drew says?
I think we fixed some of it. So we wanted to do something with SALT and not excessive, but to come to a middle ground. And at the end of the day, we did. Interestingly enough, the president was very, very candid. He came to Capitol Hill, as you know, yesterday and had a real, I said, when he was abroad, obviously, we all know that he was doing good work in the Mideast, and he came back. And I said to everybody, okay, the sheriff's back in town. Now everybody's going to start behaving a little bit, because it's not that he's telling anybody what to do, and he's really left it in the hands of Congress, as he should. But he wants to get it done. We don't want to be ineffective. We want to get our work done. We want to be responsible to the people. So this bill, this big reconciliation bill, I'll tell you what I don't like, and I'll tell you what I do like. What I do like is it has the tax cuts for those that work overtime, those that are obviously on tips and make their money mostly really more than their hourly on their tips. No tax on those folks. That's a good thing. The one thing I'm disappointed in, there's a write-off for those on Social Security. People pay enough on Social Security. They've paid taxes their whole damn life. And so was the president. You know what's odd? It's not like I coordinated with him and say, I'll just do everything the president will do. But he is a populist conservative. So at the end of the day, independently, and not just me, there are others, obviously, I'll come out with these ideas. Like when I talked to him about Medicaid, which he even talked about yesterday at Capitol, over and over again, he said, Jeff, I don't want to hurt the people that are truly deserving this. Enough already. That's not his point. So when people say we don't want the waste, fraud, and abuse, and we do want people to work if they can, especially if they're able-bodied, but we don't want to hurt people.
Well, let me
really
interject. So with the
right?
Social Security, he wanted, and I think you want, more of a tax relief here. What does it end up at for people listening of what will happen to them? What are the parameters?
Right at this moment, and things are still subject to change, it's better than nothing, but it's not what I want. I still have my bill, which I'm glad to do, somebody else's bill. It's a $4,000 write-off. So you can write off your income $4,000. It helps a little bit, but it's not the same thing that it was supposed to be. So I'm hopeful. I'm going to keep bringing it up.
Okay.
They say, there's all these rules with doing this through reconciliation, which I won't explain, but it means that we only need 51 votes in the Senate. All these rules that we weren't able to change Social Security the way we want to in that process. I'll take them at their word. But that means as we go into next year and we even keep moving forward, that we really look at this. The president is the one that gets hurt with this. They're faceless members of Congress, some of them, who just say, no, we're not doing this. We can't do it. They didn't go out there and talk to people enough, and they didn't make a promise to the people. So I've said I'm going to do everything I can. I know the president has. That's one area I would have. If we're doing something, it's better than nothing. It's more than never has been done before. Not good enough.
All right. Thank you very much, Congressman. Of course, you have carte blanche anytime you see development. I'm glad you clarified a lot. Have a great Memorial Day, and we're looking forward to getting you over at Mulligan's, maybe July 4th like last year. We got a lot of scotch there, and they love Jeff Van Drew.
And I love them, and I love seeing you. And actually, maybe we have to be. We're so serious, and we're all working so damn hard all the time, and that's a good thing. That's what we should be doing. But just to take maybe an hour or two off and hang out with you guys, I really look forward to it.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you, Congressman. Thanks as always.
Happy Memorial Day.
Happy Memorial Day. Jeff Van Drew here. Now, we differ a little bit on that. I don't think the 40,000 SALT thing that's what it's going to be. You heard what he said about Social Security. By the way, Dan spotted this first. president of South Africa, Dan, what was this, like 45 minutes ago, was still jawing back and forth. And they got some Afrikaner farmer on the other side of the couch talking about his friends being murdered there in the Oval Office with this. This is pretty unusual stuff.
If I can save lives, I want to save the lives. If it's in Africa, that's great. If it's in Europe, if it's wherever.
This is live, Dom, what we're tuning into.
Right, yeah.
It's a very small investment to do, believe me, compared to what the consequences are. So I hope we can do something. Look, I have so many friends. These two men, I have great admiration for them because I know what they do for a living. And that's a very hard living, going from city to city, from country to country, and hitting a ball 350 yards like they do, and getting the ball in the hole. It's a very tough.
He's got golfers here now.
Is that what they're talking about? Is golf?
Yeah.
Got the goose in there with him.
Oh, that was at. He's bringing Retief Goosen in for the Afrikaner farmers. Oh my God!
They really wanted to be here. They could be elsewhere. They could be on a beautiful fairway someplace, and they wanted to be here. So.
All right. I mean, I didn't know that was the goose there. He's got a suit on. I didn't recognize him. Yeah.
Didn't recognize him.
Retief Goosen. Yeah, and he was talking about Afrikaner farmers at one point, not golf.
Sorry, I don't. Who the heck are you guys talking about?
Retief Goosen is a guy who won the U.S. Open a couple times, and he's on the senior tour now.
Gotcha. And he's a South African guy?
South African guy. There's a bunch of them, too.
Okay.
Charles Schwartz.
I guess Gary Player couldn't show up today.
For those completely uninformed on the game of golf, I appreciate the explanation.
Yeah, thank you very much for the goose. This is amazing. This is going on for an hour here, this showdown over people being murdered there. The media already is putting out stories. Why doesn't Trump care about people murdered in X? All right, 855-839-1210. You heard Jeff Andrew. How does that sound to you? The details are going to be very, very interesting, but it seems like they might vote on this by Friday, and we'll be on top of it. All right, calls coming up at 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I would just love to talk to the people that actually did vote for Krasner. And I would just say this. What exactly do you like about Larry Krasner?
We like things that we know.
Big creatures of habit.
We're creatures of habit. Look at the radio landscape. The morning radio show that's #1 in this city is not a good show. It's just that it's been on the air for 30 years. They're firing people left and right.
It's a great point. I think we're like that in a lot of different categories.
Yes.
Yeah, we really are.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
1210 Future Home Sellers. Are you concerned about lower home prices, picky buyers, and longer days on the market? Well, you should be if you're not prepared, because you could lose tens of thousands of dollars or worse. Your home won't sell at all. Diane Giordano, Realtors here, and I've helped thousands of home sellers walk away with more money because they had a plan. Most people, they just wait too long. They list their home blindly and get hit with low offers, brutal home inspections, and their home sits on the market for months and months. So don't let this happen to you. Start early, get strategic, learn about all my strategies by coming to my next home seller seminar, where I show you exactly how to sell your home fast using my 8 secret strategies, and also get a copy of my book, Home Selling Shark, as well as my new book, Model Home Mindset. They're packed with real strategies to protect your equity. Get more information at 215-576-8666.com or call 215-576-8666.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
DA Larry Krasner will likely keep his position for another term. He defeated former Judge Pat Dugan in yesterday's primary. Ahead of Memorial Day, mental health experts want to remind us to be mindful of veterans with PTSD. And singer Chris Brown will be released on $6.7 million bail in the UK.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is Dom time. You heard Jeff Andrews. Scott Perry will be here a little bit later. Congressman Perry, I think he's going to differ a little bit. He's here at 2 o'clock. It looks like they're getting this through. And again, I think it's $40K for the people in Jersey and states like that. That just seems to me to be way high. We haven't talked, though. I have an update about the tush push. Then I'm coming to your calls. Yesterday, Jalen Hurts gave one of those moments that in sports media, I don't know how you deal with these guys. When asked about why he didn't go to the White House, he says, I wasn't available. I don't think that's pertinent. Everyone who went and was available, they seemed to enjoy themselves. And again, Jalen Hurts, we went through this a million times. If you don't want to go because of Trump. But here's the thing. What I would say about this, unless your wife is going in labor that day, or unless you're grieving someone in the family close to you has died, or there's a real emergency, your child suddenly is very sick, you know what I mean. When you're asked to visit the White House and the president, what don't you get? That's what you do. This isn't like some other appointment here. So I think he's lying. I think he didn't want to go because he didn't want to be tarnished with this. One of his advisors told him that. Now, the tush push failed to be banned. We're not sure. They needed 75% of the vote. Why or what the number is, that will tell us. But what have we learned from this about the NFL? And I know I might write about this, that I am resisting what America wants. Why in the world, if this were a competitive league, meaning this is the ultimate competition, the NFL is the fiercest out there of any of the pro sports, of anything. My argument is they're all in it together. Parity is what counts. They're one business. They're not individual businesses. And the reasons why these guys, the Green Bay Packers, the Buffalo Bills, and these others went after the Eagles is the Eagles apparently practice this. They have the best offensive line coach arguably in history. They have great play. They actually brought Jason Kelsey there, Dan. I was listening to WIP to lobby not to ban the tush push. That's the level they had to go to. All right, so I'll start with Dan. Henry's screen and call. Dan, what's your biggest takeaway? It did survive, but my question is more, what's your biggest takeaway that we actually even had this again?
Yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying that we had it in the first place, especially from a team, the Packers. So what I think happened here is I think the NFL themselves wanted to ban it. I don't know why, but I think Goodell essentially went to the Packers, who were one of the only teams that could stop the tush push, I want to add, and said, hey, look, you're a team that doesn't have an owner that we can put the blame on for raising this whole situation. So why don't the Packers raise it, bring it to a vote, and let's try to pass it and get this thing banned. And happily it fell on its face. But I think this was more than just, I'm always a conspiracy theorist. I think there's something going on here with the NFL trying to get this banned themselves.
And what's the reason?
I don't know. Injuries?
Parity. They're socialists.
You think so?
Yes. This is and I bet it's close to 90%. And what it does philosophically, if I'm on the other team, this is frightening psychologically Because when I line up, I know I can't stop this, that it takes incredible luck to stop it. The percentage is incredible. So I know if the Eagles get, say, inside the red zone, particularly, they're not playing 1st and 10. It's more like 1st and 8.5. That's all they have to get. And on 3rd down, they can take a chance, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, to run the ball. So you take, 3rd and 4, the percentages are pretty high. The other team's going to pass the ball. They'd have to do that.
Agreed.
Chancing a draw play or something is kind of risky. The Eagles don't care. They know they have 2 downs to do it, and they're going to defy you. Psychologically, they're taking away your masculinity, is the way I would put it. Really, mano a mano, they're telling you, what's going to happen. So that's what's going to happen. Henry, what do you say here?
I slightly differ with Dan's take, but I agree that the Green Bay Packers were kind of the vehicle to use because they do not have an owner that would get any blowback.
Yes, that's right.
I don't think it comes from Roger Goodell. I think Roger Goodell is essentially a mouthpiece for all the owners. And I don't think it's necessarily, like socialism or communism, whatever, that parody.
It's parody.
I just think everyone's sick of trying to stop it because they know they can't.
Well,
and the teams that voted, against shooting it down, thanks to the Ravens, the Bills, the Jets, the Patriots, I think they're teams that think, hey, we could maybe perfect this at some point.
Do we know who voted what way?
I saw Adam Schefter tweet those 4 teams. I don't know about the other 5 besides the Eagles.
So it could have been. I think it was close. They were desperate.
It was 22-10. They needed 24 to pass.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that tells us. Let me make the parody argument again for listeners, and I'm flying into the wind because I hate what they do. I do. I despise it. I'll admit it. It goes against every competitive instinct that's there. 22 teams, cowards, said, we can't stop this. They voted in the most masculine, testosterone, kill the other guy, to say, we're going to take this away from you. It ought to shock true football fans, I would think.
No, I would think so, too. And, that's just all these owners are hiding behind the Packers. It's it's your. It's not they can take the blame.
And again, if this were like, all right, 3-point shot, you're too good, we're moving it back or whatever.
4-point line.
This is mano a mano, though. This is men lining up against the other, cowards admitting the Eagles are just physically, psychologically, tactically superior. So we have to call upon authority figures so that we can play.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is crazy how this has turned out, and I can't believe it turned out in our favor.
For
the
now.
way it was going, for now,
I think there's a deal that next year it might go
Sure,
away.
I'm sure in the next year's league, after the Eagles repeat, then it'll be like, all right, let's slow
With every
this
one
down
of
and
these
revisit it.
teams, if I'm coaching the Eagles, I know maybe this is overboard. I'm running it an excessive number of times.
Oh, yeah, as you should.
I mean, I'm going to run it 25 times in the game. It's just like with Shaquille O'Neal, I would foul him on the opening tip-off. I'm right out of the box. I'm bringing an extra guy, whatever number of guys I can have with 6 fouls. Go out there and foul.
The touchdown odds for Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley both changed today after the news.
Oh, yeah?
Saquon's went down
and
Jalen's went up. So
yeah. Not only that, it ruins the gambling aspect, I guess, because they're not going to give you a lot of Jalen Hurts scores, right?
It's just they're terrible odds. They're usually like minus money, like minus 125, instead of everyone else being like plus money.
Exactly. And I feel for Saquon Barkley. Let him score a few touchdowns.
Yeah, seriously.
All right, more
Maybe
calls.
We'll get the MVP then.
Yeah, more calls coming up. What does it tell you that Henry reporting now that probably 22 teams said, no, we can't stop this play. And this play is not just passing a ball. I mean, it's aggressive. It's as close as you come, man on man, type of stuff to stop it. They call upon the league, and they almost got it to stop the play. Something the Eagles, how rare is it to develop something that goes to this level? I get it. America is crazed. I don't think there's any limit to how much America wants football. The only thing that pulled them back was the taking the knee stuff. For a while there, they were a bit on the ropes. They're back big time. They can do it. They can charge anything they want, do anything they want. And yet, I look at it, and I think it's fraudulent. It's not one team against another. They're all in it together. It's the league. It's parity. All right, they dodged a bullet. I hope they use it even more. That's another thing. Will they use it less now to dodge a bullet? Or no, I would say this is our last year.
No, and especially this year with a lot of new faces on the defense. I think they're going to have to control the ball, so you're going to see that play a lot more, I think.
That's I love it when they line up. And the cockamamie announcers, oh, man, do we really have to see this? Shut up.
Yeah, oh, here it comes.
Here it comes, yeah. Realize you ought to be celebrating something innovative. This is innovation. This is American innovation. That's what America's about. This ought to be celebrated rather than whining. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board. You know, it's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. And there's a lot of news about drinking water out there and difficulties with it. Just do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water. They will put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail are just fantastic. They'll come out to your home, they'll test your water, and recommend solutions that make sense for you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning today. Great care of you like our guy. I talk about him all the time, Dwayne, when he comes out. Click on martinwater.com. Martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow. So, there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
A slow-moving storm system will keep the forecast unsettled through the rest of the week. Periods of rain today steadiest during the afternoon. It'll be breezy with a high 59. Tonight, rain continues at times, possibly heavy overnight with a low 52. And for Thursday, still some rain around, especially during the morning. It'll be cool with a high 59.
The wait is over. Acura's all-new premium compact SUV, the 2025 ADX, is available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Visit piazzaacura.com to schedule a test drive or to browse special offers.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time at 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. You'll get on board. Let me go to Martha in Delaware, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Martha. Welcome in.
Hi, Dom. Thanks so much for taking my call. I had the privilege of meeting you
once at Eustace's gathering at the Iona in Avalon, and I met Scott Pressler there.
Yeah, it was a great day. I love the hotel
It really
and the whole
was.
thing. Yeah.
And I'm very affiliated with Protect Our Coast and know Robin Schaefer well. And I heard that you were going to have Representative Van Drew on your show. I'm calling about this huge issue for New Jersey residents, especially we on the coast, and it will be North Jersey too. And I don't know if you know about this, but it's all over X, and I've been all over X. President Trump met with Hochul, Governor Hochul of all people, the mayor of New York City, and the unions, and he turned around his executive order for Empire wind turbines and is going to allow them to be built off the coast of New York and North Jersey. Did you know that?
Well, I just asked Van Drew about it, and Jeff Van Drew said they were already building. It was already operational, what they were doing, and that's why. And he said it didn't have anything to do with Jersey. I more concur with you, though. It's both New York and North Jersey, as I understand it. Yeah.
And also, the one we are feared it will definitely impact New Jersey because it will impact our legal status with our different lawsuits that we are pending. I mean, this is a big blow, but more, well, I don't know about more importantly, but this will be very important to President Trump and the GOP, especially in New Jersey, because people are incredibly disappointed about this. President Trump had his biggest rally in Wildwood. There are people that were Democrats and independents and even libertarians that voted for President Trump this time. New Jersey has a possibility, especially with Scott Pressler, of turning red. But this is going to impact it massively.
Well,
So
Martha, I take that point. What do you say to Van Drew, his point was they were already underway. I think he said something about halfway building this, and that's why they signed off.
Well, I don't think they were halfway building it.
Okay.
I think they had one of those. They were working on one of those stations that are out there, and they probably had some of the materials, but it had stopped. And Hochul got in touch with Trump, as far as what I can tell. I don't know that that's true,
Right.
but I don't understand why President Trump went and gave them. Basically, I mean, I could be wrong, but everything I'm reading is that he made a turnaround in this one reason, and I feel that it was an unforced error on his part.
I'm not on board with it until we know further exactly what you're talking about, because I don't want to diminish for Jack Ciattarelli the ability to run on this in Jersey. I don't know how it would, but I take your point. We have the energy. We have a lot of people who want rock solid that we're going to stop them in Jersey.
Yeah, and I just want President to know who I voted for 3 times, and even in his first primary in 2016. But we feel massively discouraged. I mean, it's just not me. We're talking thousands of people.
All right,
it's just not me.
I would point to the Van Drew interview, Martha, and I'm telling you almost verbatim what he said. And until I don't know how I'm going to decide this, till I see more of the details, he was clear. That was his argument on this.
Well, he made a statement. I've read his statement.
Yeah.
And I have to say this: he's the one politician I do trust. I think he's been fantastic.
On this,
I just want him to know that we're concerned, and he has the ear of the president. I'm worried for New Jersey. New Jersey needs to get a Republican governor.
Exactly. Thank you, Martha. All right, let me address this with President Trump. And Jeff Van Drew called him a conservative populist and all this. Look, President Trump went there yesterday and told these people in Congress that they're going to have to pass this bill, essentially. All right? Some people admire that. Now, I don't think our listeners are just going to overlook, and it depends on the details, this idea of populism. So let me ask you straight up, and we got Scott Perry coming up, and I think Perry's going to agree with me more. We know that Social Security and Medicare are very difficult, even when there are issues with it. It's called the third rail, both of them. Medicaid, in the minds, I think, of President Trump and any number of these Republicans, great number of them are divided on it, has become the third rail. You can't touch it. Now, you heard what Jeff Van Drew said, I hope. I asked him about it. of how he sees this playing out. But there are a lot of people on Medicaid that either due to COVID or the Biden administration that don't belong there. They're able-bodied. They're using this. If that isn't waste, fraud, and abuse, I don't know what is. There have to be cuts in Medicaid. The president, in some world, sensing his base, doesn't agree with that. And how do we justify the $40,000 in salt? Well, it's a feel-good in a place like Jersey because they don't want to move from Jersey. They're being killed by the progressives that are in Jersey. So we do this to give them some relief. The question is this: are you on board with that? And you just heard the caller about the wind. Van Drew has been tremendous on this. And you know how listeners have been over the last 3 or 4 years. The whales emotionally started this. And every year that we're at Mulligan's, we go down the shore. We've had an iteration of it. People have come to this cause as one of the existential issues. And it's amazing what Robin and everybody else has done to stop what Murphy was doing. But Trump may see it another way. He sees this as deal-making, populism. Well, populism is fine, but I'm not going to sign off on it on something like Medicaid. There are millions of people probably on Medicaid that shouldn't be on Medicaid. It's that simple, isn't it? Or is it something Republicans can't touch? From what I can tell in this bill, that's where the battle is. They're not really doing too much on this. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is push pound 1210. Hit me too. Who is it you'd like me to interview based upon my birthday wish that we've come up with this? We'll give you a few that are on Twitter in a moment. We've had some really good ones so far. Jeffrey Epstein was a bit of a reach, alive or dead. We'd love to get it. I think we had good ones. Chris Christie is probably my top in studio. All right, let's talk about Dr. Bentz for a moment. You know, my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. For about 10 years, I've told you about Dr. Bentz. And we've started with all kinds of things that make him unique. But one of the biggest is due to the technology he has, due to the priority he places on diagnostics, he's able to offer you a lot of choices. More so than, bang, you're just going to have to do this. Put a cap on it. Now, so recently, after, several visits back and forth, doing stuff over the year, I've decided to have a dental implant. I did, working out very well, going through the process, and he's taking care of me step by step. Dr. Bentz knows that you want a comprehensive diagnosis using advanced technology and his instincts and consulting with you. You don't get that in a lot of places. I can't tell you, going through this, the 10 years of experience, the difference in the Bentz difference is what I've experienced. Why not get that initial evaluation? Give them a call, the Bentz Dental Group, at 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers. Just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. We spent the opener today, rightfully so, going after Larry Krasner. So that election's over, except for the general. Will it be Dugan? Will it be Dom Giordano? Still waiting for that call.
Yeah, you're going to do it?
Oh, absolutely. Vince, give us a call. We'll be over to your bar of choice this afternoon, and we'll figure it out. But the guy I have to put on the griddle again is, how does this guy get away with it? How much is he paid? The SEPTA prosecutor. Remember, we went to all this trouble with Krasner to get somebody placed in there that when Krasner under-prosecutes or won't prosecute within X number of feet or yards of something vaguely related to SEPTA, this guy can jump in. And to the best of our knowledge, Untermeyer has not prosecuted one case yet. The head of SEPTA came on the show. He might come back again. They were pleading for money. He wanted to come on. We had a good conversation. And he said, yeah, I'm off to see the prosecutor about fare evasion. And to our knowledge, no case has been prosecuted yet. Again, you wonder why Larry Krasner is able to run wild. Look at the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. We impeached him. Larry, you were impeached. Now, whether it's rescinded and how all that worked, we did it. He just stares him down and they capitulate. In the case of the SEPTA prosecutor, is he afraid of Krasner? I'm not sure. It appears that I could have been wrong about the FOP. Maybe they were willing to endorse. What I saw out there last night was that nobody asked for their endorsement. You know what? I have to say with Judge Dugan again, Dan, and I know you think, Dom, you got the world of politics. How am I ever going to be DA? I can't vote for a guy who's not asking the FOP for their endorsement. I can't. If we've come to a point in Philadelphia where the FOP endorsement is death with Democrats,
it's sad.
Then, yeah, I mean, is the way to go then, all right, we're behind you, but we're not going to endorse? Or is it to fight with every fiber in your being to say, how dare you? And here's a case in point. This Officer Dial, who's on trial right now, and they're threatening to riot if he doesn't get the book thrown at him, in what universe can he be convicted of murder? When you listen to the tape of what happened with his partner and this guy who had mental difficulties is running amok in Kensington, he has knives, he won't put them down. It's clear he could have heard gun. Now, Should he be a cop after this? Did he follow procedures? I could see a debate over that. But putting him in jail, and he's been in jail because of Krasner for murder. And now we have a Philadelphia jury looking at people that are ready to riot again. Meatball. Remember that the last time? The riots over this guy. I'd be surprised if they don't convict. And is the FOP out there making this extreme case? No, they're accepting that if you're a cop in Philadelphia, you have to tread very lightly. Do we have to go back to Back the Blue? Dan, I had the Ben Franklin, 6 cops were killed, turn their lights blue. I had them on Boathouse Road do this, and we had a night down at Joey Ventos, a Back the Blue night. We had the police commissioner and everything else because of the number of cops that were shot to death in a short period of time. Their reputation now is you're radioactive. You can't be a cop organization in Philadelphia. Your endorsement would be the death knell. Now, maybe Judge Dugan is right. I think he let Krasner push him around about Trump and Republicans. He didn't come on this station. I mean, I would be helpful if I had to shut up and say, oh, Judge Dugan's great, knowing he wouldn't come on the show. But when do you fight back? How is it that I'm radioactive in Philadelphia, that the FOP is radioactive? Well, that's a fact of life. Well, we have to challenge that. Well, what's that based on? Are the building trades with Ryan Boyer, are they radioactive now? They proudly, 40,000 strong, stood up against Krasner. So let's talk about the people that had the courage to stand up against Larry Krasner. And the building trades of Philadelphia, I'm proud to support Ryan Boyer and the building trades. They did. They're one of the few voices that stood up against this creep and called him out and backed Judge Dugan. I don't know that Judge Dugan stood up for himself enough. All right, coming up, Scott Perry. You heard Jeff Andrew. Does Perry have the same opinion on the big, beautiful bill, or are there things there that he would see differently, that he thinks should be changed? He is next. Money Melody, too. We got a big prize for that. That's all straight ahead.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding as well as Certainty vinyl siding. Siding's not just for curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. Whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, they complete every project with such care, such precision, and they always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off today. What are you waiting for? Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get fired up for the Nate Smith post-game concert presented by Jim Beam on Tuesday, June 10th after the Phils play the Cubs at 6:45. Snag your field passes and tickets today at phillies.com/theme nights. You won't want to miss the action when the division rival Braves are in town for a midweek series on Tuesday, May 27th, Wednesday, May 28th, and Thursday, May 29th, all at 6:45. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano Show. Congressman Scott Perry is one of our favorites. He should be with us momentarily. Want to ask him, because this is really going to break by Friday, I think, when we'll be at Farley, but we'll have full coverage of it. The big, beautiful bill. Does he see it the way that Jeff Van Drew does? Now, we'll get on the show tomorrow, Dan. Not sure, probably Wally Zimmerlong. Our buddy Wally Zimmerlong, one of the biggest lawyers in the MAGA movement in the entire country. You know the stuff that he's won, how many times we've had him on, is representing Sheriff Fred Herron, who is one of our persons of the year. Mulligans, don't forget, June 20th, he'll be there. Linda Kearns is a person of the year, and somebody who's going to go down in the big debate will be there. Another person we're honoring. Dan, Wally Zimmerlong is representing Fred in the lawsuit brought by the ACLU. And yesterday, or was it Tuesday? Yeah, yesterday. Bob Harv de Grasse, Harvey, you're a Nazi if you differ with me, and Diane Ellis Marseglia, who was defeated soundly by Scott Presler, they both voted to stop the sheriff from entering into that agreement to have his deputies trained under the ICE-approved statute that allows them to help out to take vicious criminals who are here illegally, principally, off the roads and streets of Bucks County. These two are incredible. Well, the entire suburban landscape has lost its mind. So the people in Bucks County the people in Bucks County are kind of strange. On one hand, they have a DA who I really like, who is law and order. On the other hand, also, they have Fred Herron, the sheriff who is really innovative and tough on crime. Yet, we have two of the weakest sisters. The only thing they're tough on are people in wheelchairs trying to vote in November for President Trump. Remember that? One of them running for Congress now, Bob Harvey. And Diane Marseglia. Ellis Marseglia, Tom. Come on, don't leave that out. Right away again, do people in Bucks County not want their deputies to take vicious criminals off the street in a backup role to aid and abet ICE? That's what these two commissioners are saying. Gene DiGirolamo voted to allow Herron not to be interfered with here. So we'll get Wally on to lay out the ACLU and what's going on with this lawsuit. But more importantly, the two commissioners who every time you turn around, I just don't think this reflects Bucks County. And I'm willing to predict that the DA is going to win against a Larry Krasner light Joe Kahn, who ran against Krasner in Philadelphia, now moved to the suburbs. And the Seisler guy is going to get tuned up by Fred Herron, the sheriff there. I'm willing to predict that Bucks County has not completely lost its mind. But when it comes to governance, how do we end up with Bob Harvey and Diane Marseglia? How would we end up with 5 progressives over in Delaware County? Montgomery County is explained. It's Little Philadelphia. That's why we have Mr. Softy and his acolyte. Chester County seems like they still have some brain cells. Scott Perry apparently is being pulled away for a potential vote, I guess. Hopefully we'll get him before the end of the show, or if not, I want to get him on tomorrow because the big, beautiful bill is moving forward here, and there's a lot to talk about. You heard the caller that we had, and I did meet her, and the people that protect our coast are really upset about this change in New York. You heard Jeff Andrew. I asked him about it, and he says they were already underway. It doesn't affect New Jersey. The Protect Our Coast think it might. So, again, we have all these moving parts with President Trump and some of his instincts on this. He did the right thing with the executive order, but there's this deal-making, populism, call it what you will. I don't think he should have done this in New York. I think it does send a bad message. All right, so 855-839-1210, you get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, just push pound 1210. And an issue that really hits close to home here is the salt tax stuff. You know, we have the dilemma. We have people in Jersey that we want to free from all this. I think Matt Rooney will be on tomorrow because Rooney, Dan, last night really got into it as one of the panelists with Bill Spadia, who is an awful candidate, is not going to be the Republican candidate. And I think Matt laid him out on some of the stuff he has said about illegal aliens getting driver's licenses and all that. No, and I don't want to have that guy on. I mean, I've seen what he's been about for quite a while. Jack Ciattarelli will be a great candidate in this. So we'll talk to Matt, but I'll ask him about the salt thing. And I get what people in Jersey are saying, the ones that are closest to this. You know, California, New York, we don't know exactly what they're saying. They're saying this. We don't want to move out of Jersey. It's a sense of place. We've grown up here. The foods, the culture, the whole thing. You know, I can't complain. People say it to me all the time. Dan, you've never said it to me. I plead insanity for not wanting to move out of Philadelphia. Bro and I could easily move to, just think, Dan, of the suburban towns that would say, we'll be there. Come on, we'll help you pick out the house. We want to say that you're living in our town.
I've never said anything, but I'm definitely judgmental about it.
Yeah, tell me. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I just think
yeah.
you've never experienced what it's like to live in the suburbs, so I don't know if you can be judgmental and negative towards it until you.
I'll tell you honestly.
Don't knock until you try it.
No,
you know?
Look, I mean, at times I've come around to it. It seems blah to me. You tell me otherwise. Henry's lived in the suburbs most of his life.
I'm not talking necessarily about you, but I'm framing it. I have the context of a friend who got married, and his wife, she's a city girl. He moved into the city for her. And they have a place in Fishtown. They got a place in East Kensington. They were, renovating. Then they finally have kids, right?
Yep.
And he makes the case that it's time to move out to the suburbs. She puts up a fight. She says, absolutely not. I've lived my entire life in the city. I couldn't imagine anything else besides, walking down to the corner and being able to pick up your groceries. Yep. Dom, a month in, she essentially said, I have no idea what the hell I've been thinking my entire life. Like, the way of living, this is the way you have to, like, the ability to just be able to go out and take a short drive and have the stress waft off your shoulders. And it's a completely different lifestyle that she's completely bought into now.
I will say this. When I go back to South Philly, it does seem to me a little bit pressing, a little bit smaller. You know where I live in Germantown, the wide boulevard there, versus South Philly. Henry, you're a suburban guy?
Yeah. Well, not for much longer.
That's right. You're moving to the city. We haven't explored that fodder yet.
Yeah, no. Starting June 1st, I'll be living out in Callow Hill.
Oh, wow. There we go. So why that choice?
Just price range. By a supermarket. It's close to a lot of things, walking distance-wise. I thought it was a good a good building overall.
All right. But the suburban lifestyle, what do you say?
Blah? No, it's not. Well, for me, it's blah. I need something else. I'm 26. I've had the suburban lifestyle my entire life. I do want a change to see, what's going on in the city. But I kind of have to agree with Dan. I wouldn't think raising a family in the city would be too easy, or it's something I'd want to do. I think I'd want to come back towards the suburbs.
Okay. But then there's Jersey, Dan, making that choice to go to Jersey. Now, Maisie, it's it's a point I respect because if you grow up there as she did, it is a place. A lot of these places are not places. They're, one from another. Jersey is distinct, without a doubt.
Yeah, no, I guess. I mean, I also just think that this is, like, if we're being realistic, there's no place in Pennsylvania I'm going to spend 20 minutes in my car and get to that gives me the same kind of, offerings that South Jersey gives me.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I can't, if I hop 20 minutes in my car, the amount that it would take me to get to a suburb in Pennsylvania, I'm still looking at row homes versus,
but look at all the progressivism. Look at the taxes, the regulation. They're not going to stop.
They're not going to stop. I know, but I think it's just a fantastic place to live when you have the space that you have, the greenery, and the distance to work. I mean, my commute is nothing. It's fantastic. Like there are days that it takes me as long to get here as it took me to get from Deptford that it took me to get from Port Richmond.
Probably, I could see that. Sure.
So I don't see the benefit when people say that closeness to work and all.
All right.
I think there's not anywhere in the Pennsylvania suburbs that you're having this quick of a commute. Like, Bucks County's great. Montgomery County's great, but you're spending 35, 40 minutes in your car versus 20 minutes
like
in your car.
even if I was coming from, like, Gladwin on 76, I'd still be in traffic
it's long, without a doubt. All right, 855-839-1210. So I sort of plead insanity, sense of place, connection to it. I realize that.
Yeah, everyone's sentimental to their
hometown. But I'm not asking for a $40,000 federal break on my income tax because I'm enduring Philadelphia. People in Jersey are saying it needs to be more of that. They started off single filers at 64, and they wanted 124 if you're filing jointly. It seems to be down now to 40,000. Do they deserve that? They're fighting the good fight. They're behind enemy lines. But they got to know these progressives, even if Jack Ciattarelli becomes governor, there will be change. But we got to remove 3/4 of the House and Senate to have real change in New Jersey. Do you see how many years before New Jersey, even if we have the governor's office, again, Trump is a magic force. Who else could win New Jersey? All right, let's go to Bill in Bucks. He's next in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, good afternoon. Yo, Bill. All right. I think he suggested P. Diddy he wants to have in studio. I might need some germicides around there. I might need a spray team there after that. That might be problematic. Let's go to Earl in Tacony, the Earl of Tacony. Hey, Earl.
Hey, Dom. Keep talking about the salt. And what I don't hear anybody talking about is the fact that it's a way for the state to raise more taxes. All right, the tax is $1,000. I'm paying $1,000 in taxes. Well, now they're going to go and have the salt deduction. So now I'm paying nothing. So what's the state going to do? They're going to raise the taxes to $2,000. So I'm still paying $1,000. And it's like when they do withholding on your taxes. Right. As long as the government is doing it behind your back, you're not really going to notice or pay attention to it. And it's just a means of the state trying to raise your taxes without you knowing about it.
Well, the argument is, though, what are we going to do with these poor people? We're in power now. We have this power. Should we help people behind enemy lines? That means people in New Jersey at least have some decent lifestyle.
Wouldn't it be better? If the state would just go and give people tax breaks as opposed to the federal government.
They're not going to do that. They're progressives. We know exactly what Earl, the choices come down to this. Help these people or tell them to move.
Well, I know the state's not going to do it. I perfectly understand and agree with your position. It's just the fact that, in a perfect world, that's what would happen. But we don't live in a perfect world, and we're surrounded by progressives, and they're going to do that to us. It's just the fact that that they think that we're stupid. That if they keep getting this salt and they keep raising the limit, all it is they're just trying to feed themselves, and we're still suffering from their incompetence and ineptitude.
That's the way I see it. That's what's going to happen. Earl, who should I have to interview? Who do you say?
I think you would really get a kick out of talking to Christopher Columbus.
Of course, that would be. That would be great, or I'll put you down for that
director,
one.
Of course.
Yeah, I just thought about that. Frank Rizzo. Frank Rizzo in studio. Now, that would get, that would be a 3-hour show at least. The interview with Frank Rizzo, who I did interview.
Let me tell you something.
I did interview him, Dan, when he had no voice and he won the Republican nomination the last time.
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
And just him summoning up a voice with thousands of people around
turn
him
that off.
was unbelievable. I still wish I had that tape. By the way, we mentioned the suburbs here. What did we do?
You're a real crumb bum.
What did we do with people over in Montgomery County, Abington? Yesterday, they voted pretty heartily to go in debt $285 million to build a middle school. What hope is there when these people are among us?
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
That's Montgomery County. So it's not just Jersey, it's suburban Philadelphia has lost its mind. We have Krasner in Philadelphia. We have the 4 counties. Bucks County is better. And then we have South Jersey. Dan, how would you say Deptford's been for you? Or local politics didn't affect it yesterday?
Yeah, I don't know anything about the local. I had
Yeah.
some Republican guy from Gloucester County Republicans swing over, but I was in the middle of making dinner and shoot him away.
Okay.
I felt bad after he handed me because I thought it was a Democrat.
Okay.
Hands me a little placard.
No, what are you doing there? Nothing, but I don't want to talk with you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so out in Bucks County now, we have the ACLU, and we have the commissioners going after Fred Herron. Their position is, no, we don't want him taking dangerous illegals off the streets. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. We hope to get Scott Perry on because this big bill might come up for a vote tomorrow, certainly by Friday. They want to get out of Dodge. Unclear on whether it will pass in the House. There are a tremendous number of moving parts. You get in, though, and right now, though, first, for a big prize today, it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
That's right. Today, we are playing for a $50 gift card for Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Jim Harvey, we love you. We're doing a big event out here tonight. Henry, you're going to get your picture taken, right?
Oh,
with the Lombardi Trophy?
I'm sticking around.
Ah, okay. Do you have any pose in mind to do that?
I was thinking about that earlier. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just going to hold my hands, like, in front of me. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, have my arms around it like they're, like, two girls or something?
I don't know what to do with my hands.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
And Dan, how about you? Are you posed with it?
I don't know.
And by the way, at your height, do you bend over to get into the frame, or do you
That's the
stand up
thing,
your
is, yeah,
forehead?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
that's got to be
I don't know
tough.
how these things are going to, be presented.
And
like,
on
are
my
they
luck,
behind
I'd break
glass?
it,
Are
so-
they- yeah, I don't know what they're going to be doing here. So.
Okay. We're unsure.
Yeah, we're
All right.
very unsure.
What is the money melody for today
So-
for this big prize?
Yeah, so
yes.
Don, let me ask you first. Do you like when people sing happy birthday to you?
Yes, I'm fine with
You're not
it,
like
yeah.
awkward about it
No,
or anything?
no, I'm fine with it.
I always find that song very awkward.
I
It's
try to
like,
blow
you know,
out the candles, too, to show that I get everyone without any
Oh, yeah,
spit.
no, you
Don't
got-
do the
yeah.
spit on the cake. No
Don't
spit.
spit the cake.
I don't like when
spit.
everyone's staring at me either. It's just kind of weird.
Right, and you got to like look around. You're kind of locking eyes
Like
with
singing
everybody.
to me.
Oh, what are they supposed to do? Come
Well,
on.
what they should do is sing "Birthday" by the Beatles.
Okay.
And that's what we're going to play today. We're going to play a cover of that song. The cover artist of this song is a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer.
Right.
And one funny bit I will give about him is that his father was an alcoholic boxer who at one point held the record for most times being knocked down in a fight. How many times do you think he got knocked down in this fight, Dom?
In one fight.
In one fight,
In
held
one
the
fight.
record. Not the guy against Muhammad Ali.
No.
That's got knocked out of the ring. I could see getting knocked down 15 times.
He got knocked down 20 times. Dom.
Wow.
So this Rock and Roll Hall of Famer's father is
go.
covering the song,
I
the
wanna bet
birthday
on that
song
guy.
by
Yes.
the Beatles. Let's take a listen to it.
You say it's your birthday. It's my birthday too, yeah. They say it's your birthday. Well, we're gonna have a good time. I'm glad it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. All right.
All right. So we're looking for, again, who's
The
covering?
cover artist,
Right.
the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
All right, we got a $50 gift card to Gallows and
Just gonna throw it
Harv's
out there.
Burger
Another
Bar.
clue. This guy is one hell of a self-marketer. I feel like his name's on so many
Okay.
things.
The biggest self-marketer I've ever had on, I've had him on 3 times, is Gene Simmons. I mean, you just cannot market that guy. That guy would be in charge of my marketing campaign.
It's a great marketer as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely. All right, so hit us with that, and you are off to the Burger Bar or Gallows, your choice here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow, so there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop over development in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, that's absolutely the case. Here's the song. Who's covering this?
Dig it. Wow! You say it's your birthday. It's my birthday too, yeah. They say it's your birthday. Well, we're gonna have a good time.
All right, $50 gift card to the Great Gallows up there on the boulevard. Let's go to Donna in Voorhees on Talk Radio 1210. Who's covering it, Donna?
Hi, Dom. Is it Rod Stewart? I'm going on a big guess.
It's not a bad guess. There's the rest there, and he's a good self-marketer, but no.
I might be going
okay,
to
thank
Rod Stewart coming to where I have to think where he's
You're gonna
coming
go see
to.
Rod live?
Yes, it's
No.
possible. Yes.
Is that a first?
Yes, and it would be the day of the foot massage, which was a birthday
It's gonna be a
present.
big
What a
day.
That's
Yeah,
a big
right.
day. I don't know how
That's
I can
an
do a
amazing
show
day.
that day. Yes. Keith in Southampton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Keith, welcome in. Who is it?
Shem Hagar.
All right, nicely played. A little more background on that, Henry?
No, I just found out he did a cover of this song, and I thought he
Okay.
did a good job.
And his dad was a
His dad
boxer,
was
drunken boxer.
Bobby
that
Hagar, alcoholic boxer who got
Wow.
knocked down 20
Wow.
times in a single fight, which at one point was a record.
Wow.
Now, I'll be at Farley on Friday. We can't do it anymore, but at one point, we played a basketball game during the broadcast there, and I had the governor of Jersey, Cody, come there. He brought a guy to pick me off. He paid him. It was rigged, of course, Jersey.
Richard Cody?
Richard Cody. And he brought Chuck Wepner with him. He was a friend of Chuck Wepner.
Jeez.
And Luke was sitting there having an hour conversation with Chuck Wepner. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
The scarring, the whole thing. He got knocked out of the ring with Muhammad Ali
Right,
a
yeah.
few times. Yeah. The Bayonne Bleeder. All right. I didn't go near.
Well, I could have sworn Chuck Wepner was just in something I watched, and I can't remember what it is.
I'm surprised he's still around.
Is he
yeah,
still
that was a
around?
pretty
That's a
rough
good question.
type
Maybe
of
I'm,
stuff.
maybe I'm misremembering.
But imagine a sitting
Yeah, he's
governor.
86 now.
A sitting governor of New Jersey paying one of our employees who was in some kind of mascot suit. It's just illegal. He picked me, and it was loud in the game we were playing on the air. I didn't get it, and I got angry rather than thinking, oh, this is all part of it. No, he wanted to win. He wanted to brag.
I kind of respect that.
Oh, yeah.
Get the
Jersey
pay
way.
off the mascot.
Chris Christie, his office, he did not play when we did it there. He said he's more of a baseball player.
Yeah, I saw him in that softball game.
Yeah, oh, my God. All right, 855-839-1210. You got the signed question going on. The South African thing that we talked about early on here, with Afrikaners, white farmers essentially being killed. There's a lot of evidence of that. That's why they're refugees. Here's how the media is billing this. Mediaite headline from this with Trump today in the Oval Office. Trump wildly claims white South African farmers are being executed. Even Peter Doocy declared the Trump South Africa throwdown the most awkward meeting we've had since Zelensky. It wasn't quite like Zelensky, where it got heated and he walked out and all the stuff and the politics of it. But they were there for quite a while. And Trump brings in Retief Goosen, who's a South African golfer, won the U.S. Open a couple of times, to be going back and forth with the South African president. Once again, you don't see this in most administrations. Why was this out of bounds? I think the guy knew this was going to happen. In other words, he knew in this state visit this was going to come up. And Trump talked about what's going on. There's a good bit of evidence. I don't know the numbers and all that, but there is evidence that this government is hostile toward the white farmers there. You know the history of South Africa, still ongoing. And they're bringing people in for asylum because they might be killed there. So I didn't think it was wild or out of bounds. I think the South African president tried to answer the questions. They went back and forth for quite a bit. And this is the type of disruption you're going to get with Trump. He is a disruptor. Anything could happen in these meetings. But the media, of course, goes down this path. Here we go again. You know where they're going. Racism, South Africa, Elon Musk, Retief Goosen. 855-839-1210.
What was that you just said? You just sneezed there, Don?
No, that's Retief. Yeah, Retief Goosen. I guess Gary Player was unavailable. Ernie Els was playing some other tournament, so they had to go to the third guy in line. Coming up, we're going to talk with one of our favorites. The election of Larry Krasner gets us into no man's territory. And where does Philadelphia go next? Well, is he elected? Are Republicans going to put somebody up? We'll get all the answers to that. Martina White will be here coming up in a moment, the state rep from Northeast Philadelphia, which is still solidly reasonable, wanting moderates to run. But what happened here when they had all that TV money, the building trades unions behind, and yet Larry Krasner won going away again? What is missing to challenge this? So these people in Philadelphia really believing. I'm doing Inside Story this Sunday, and that's the lead topic, Larry Krasner. So I'm already geared up to hear the other side celebrating that. What don't we get? Philadelphia's safe. Would it be rude to ask, oh, you live in Philadelphia? No, well, I don't. I wouldn't live in Philadelphia. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Drew, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. Hey, Dom, I find it really good news about the tush push. And I would really love to see the Eagles on their opening drive just tush push it all the way down the field, man, and score
That's
a touchdown.
what we're absolutely hoping for. The first touchdown has to be But, Drew, imagine these whiners. 22 teams, we're told, 22 teams voted to take it away out of 32.
And they call themselves NFL football players. You know, Dom, and what I find really ironic, the team that was against it the most was a team in one of the most famous plays in NFL history. They used it, a form of the tush push. And that's the Green Bay Packers.
Yes.
When they beat the Dallas Cowboys in the Ice Bowl, the NFL championship game.
Bart Starr. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
It's disgraceful, but you know what it tells me? It's more about parity, even if you have to degrade yourself to take this away.
Yeah, it hurts them to see someone be so successful at it.
Yeah, exactly.
And real quick, Dom, Chuck Webner actually knocked Ali down, but it was so long ago with the technology, a photo surfaced that as he was knocking Ali down, Webner had his foot on Ali's foot.
Yeah.
So they say Ali actually lost his balance, so it really wasn't a knockdown. But I was really into big-time boxing back then. But, Dom, this would be a pay-per-view event for me. I'd love to see a face-off with this guy. That's the Reverend Al Sharpton. And
that is a great answer.
I'd love to see you ask him questions like, where were you in the Jesse Smollett case when the guys in the MAGA hats assaulted him? And where was Al Sharpton for the Duke lacrosse team?
Gotcha. I did once for like 11 seconds get a back and forth with Al Sharpton in a hallway at the Denver convention. And I was escorted away at that point. But I stalked it. I waited for my opportunity. I think I just said, nice convention, and then I tried to launch into something.
Yeah.
Very difficult to get that. All right, Martina White has been our champion on so many issues. Representative powerhouse now in Harrisburg, coming up from Northeast Philadelphia, where there's still sanity. But Northeast Philadelphia didn't turn out to vote overwhelmingly that I see yesterday. They could have stopped Larry Krasner. Are they insulated from what he's done? Are they buying into it that Philadelphia is safe? She's straight ahead. First, though, let me remind you, don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers. So whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, and speak to a Rescue product consultant, or use this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle whatever your health goals are. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com, res-q.com.
A slow-moving storm system will keep the forecast unsettled through the rest of the week. Periods of rain today steadiest during the afternoon. It'll be breezy with a high 59. Tonight, rain continues at times, possibly heavy overnight with a low 52. And for Thursday, still some rain around, especially during the morning. It'll be cool with a high 59.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, I think I know where Scott Perry is. President Trump has stepped in to broker the peace between the Freedom Caucus, that's Scott Perry, and GOP leadership. So hopefully we'll get him on tomorrow. But right now, Representative Martina White is involved in some of the biggest issues that matter. Nobody has more effectively challenged Larry Krasner than Martina. She joins us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Martina, I don't know where you were. I was thinking about you last night when I was watching the insufferable one, but it was difficult to watch.
Yeah, I don't watch that stuff from him. I have much better things to do with my time. No, but I can appreciate your sentiments. I know it's difficult to see Larry Krasner win the primary, especially over such a great person and candidate as Pat Dugan. We are, however, very excited. The Philly GOP did a write-in campaign yesterday, and they exceeded expectations and were able to get over, I think, 5,000 write-ins for Pat Dugan to get him on the ballot for November's general election under the Republican ticket. So we're waiting to see what he thinks and feels about that, and we'll move forward accordingly.
So that would at least give us a shot here. Why would he not do it? Give us a sense of what's going on here. I mean, running in the Democrat primary is almost hopeless with this guy, so why not do it?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, the numbers, if you look back at the Chuck Peruto race in the city and the potential for the general election and how Pat performed this during the primary, if you combine the Republican votes and the Democrat votes, he would have basically won if it was a general election. So I think it can be a competitive race. I think it would be great for the city to make sure that the people have an option in the general election. And I think he worked this hard already. Why not keep that train going and see what happens?
The thing he has to do, though, is I think Martina, and again, Krasner, now he was running as a Democrat, he made him afraid to be associated with anything Republican in any way, shape, or form, even though Dugan's record is law and order, but it's also restorative justice in the sense of second chances, et cetera. But he seemed to get pushed around on the issue of Republicanism. At least the base of Democrats bought that.
So I think that I think also you have to remember that Krasner has name ID. You know, he had a lot of money the past few times that he's ran.
Right.
He had a lot of money this time, and that's not easy to overcome, especially in a primary with a new candidate running with a no name ID and all that sort of thing. But I think if you as a candidate take the time to really go around and continue the effort to continue to build your name ID and get the earned media, do that work over the course of a full year, you can see the difference in the election cycle. But I would just say about Krasner, the guy, he really is like the worst. He obviously got impeached in the House. We can see what's happening across the city. He does not have common sense, law and order type policies. He is instead just continuing to let people go and do whatever they darn well please. And they're criminals, right? He's prioritizing criminals over victims. The retail theft, you can look at those numbers. You can look at the auto theft, like flat out people's cars are being stolen across the city, or even thefts from autos. Those are the types of things where, local small businesses, they can't afford to have all of their goods being stolen right off the shelf. They wind up closing down.
Right.
And we've seen that with a lot of the, the, what do you call them? Like the CVS's and the Rite Aids and such.
Convenience, drugstores.
Convenience, drugstores, yeah. But then you look at, those kinds of numbers, and then people are saying, oh, well, crimes, the homicide rates come down significantly. And no thanks to Larry Krasner, let me tell you. I just want to reiterate the point that the state had to get involved, and it was bipartisan that we passed legislation for making sure that the DA had to be prosecuting those gun crimes, the violations of the Uniform Firearms Act. With our, that's right. If that was not put into effect, we'd still be facing these kinds of levels of homicide rates in the city. The Republicans got together. We said we got to do something. We put in a special prosecutor for SEPTA. We put in place the Gun Violence Task Force, which I think has been very effective. And I think that's why the city is finally benefiting and seeing those, policies start to work for the city. And not just that, you got to think about being progressive, the most progressive DA in the country, Larry Krasner, right? The guy's not going to change his ways. He doesn't change. He's a believer in what his agenda is.
Yeah.
They don't want prisons at all. It's on another level of activism in that role, and it's wrong. And we need to get somebody who has common sense solutions, who's willing to work with their counterparts in all other parts of government, especially in law enforcement. And I think that Pat Dugan's that guy.
Can you get the endorsement of the FOP? Let's say Dugan runs as a Republican. I get mixed stories. You would know better. That they claim that nobody asked for their endorsement. I get it, running in the Democrat side. But it's a sad day. You and I are joined in this, no prouder than to support the blue, particularly during the Krasner regime. Do you think if Dugan runs that they would endorse and that he'd seek that endorsement?
Look, I don't know. I imagine that he would want all the endorsements that he can get. I think that the most important things are that he gets the votes, right? That's what matters the most. And I think that between Democrats, Republicans, and independents across this city, we will far outnumber any progressive activist groups that Krasner has behind him to ensure that we take back our city, that we are able to ensure that when we walk out our front doors, we're not worried about, getting carjacked or, going to the local, TJ Maxx or Marshalls and having to deal with somebody running right out in front of you at the store with a whole bunch of stuff that they didn't pay for, but yet you're carrying your bag and you did. So those are the kinds of things where I think everyday working class people, they are going to step up, I think, and come November, we're going to have a different story. So,
Martina,
I hope that,
I hear you. One other area, too. Again, you've been spearheading Lifeline scholarships again, but the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, you and a number that we've talked about who played college sports at one level or another, what do we have to do? Is it just to get the media embarrassed enough that Democrats, this is an area, the trans in sports thing, that is a major issue across Pennsylvania and the country. If it's voted on, we're going to win. How can they resist not voting on this?
Look, right now in the Pennsylvania House, the Democrats are in charge by one seat, okay? So if it wasn't for that, we could run these things immediately. As soon as they came over from the Senate, we could run it. But the Democrats are in charge of the House floor. They get to control what runs. And that is the issue. So I highly doubt that their leadership would put it up for a vote, even though they should. There were, I think, 5 Democrats in the Senate that voted in favor of it, including local state senator Tina Tartaglione.
Right.
So, I think that it's obviously a bipartisan issue. It's very, very, in terms of voters and polling that's out there, it's like an 80-20 issue to the plus side in favor of addressing it. I mean, young girls, we deserve better. I will continue to fight for this issue. And I think that we could potentially get movement, but it's going to take us a little bit of time. And I know that right now the budget is the top priority.
Absolutely. Well, that's good news. It seems to me, I hear the vibe that there's a good chance, or at least a chance, that Dugin is going to run on the Republican side. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I hope that he decides to move forward with us. I think that he will do extraordinarily good work for our city, and that's the most important thing, is to ensure everybody feels safe in the place that they live and work.
Martina, thank you so much. Thanks for always coming on.
You got it. No problem, Dom. Take care.
Representative Martina White. Dan, I read that Pat Dugan might be running as a Republican. Got 5,000, only needed 1,000. Let's get that drum beaten. And would we be available then? Sure. I mean, if he's running as a Republican, well, people still, you can be on the Republican side, but you can't be on the talk radio side. Oh, God. Come on, Pat Dugan. You got a lot to offer here. This may turn out, what will the building trades do? Will they pony up and support him? They did before, even if he's a Republican. That is, I know who to ask that to. All right. It is the lightning round. Hit it with "This is my birthday wish." Who do you want me to interview? Get your name into the hat, 855-839-1210.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, that is right. My birthday was yesterday, but we came up with a birthday wish for Dan. Who would you like to hear interviewed extensively in studio? All right, Joe of Exton. Joe is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe. Good afternoon. What do you have?
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon. I would enjoy having Dom Giordano interviewing Larry Menti, radio broadcaster of station WOR in New York. I would like to hear their feelings on what it is like to work in the field of broadcasting, and I would like to hear their opinion of the guests that they have interviewed.
All right, Joe. Yeah.
Oh, you let him go.
Oh, okay.
Me and Henry have been wondering this entire time. Does he not realize that Dawn is married to Larry Menti?
Yeah, well,
when I was screening his call, I didn't get the sense that he did. I don't know.
At NBC 10, I was on pretty frequently with Larry.
Were you?
We were in the
I
same
didn't realize
building.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, it would make for a fantastic interview, just you guys, yucking it up about the industry.
Yeah,
and all,
I mean,
but-
he was so driven, so determined. He would. I was doing a Saturday show. He'd come in to see the Knightleys from the night before on NBC 10. Yeah.
I'm being kayfabe. Like, I can't tell if Joe's buying into the character, and that's why
The
he's...
whole mystique.
Yeah, the whole mystique.
Does he not know that...
Joe, you can let us know.
Yeah, call
the
us back,
future.
Joe.
Yeah. Let's go to Bill in Bucks. Hey, Bill, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to mention that was a bad day for Republicans yesterday here in Bucks County.
As far as no turnout?
The turnout, I mean, for instance, on the DA race, Joe Kahn got 50,000 votes, and Jen Shorn only got 36,000. So the Democrats came out.
Okay.
Same with the sheriff.
Yeah.
So if they don't get their act together,
Right.
I mean...
Well, I worry about that for the midterm. In this case, we only have until November. So, yeah. Well, we hope to host that big debate with Kahn and Shorn.
That would be good.
Yeah.
That would be great. Maybe Jim Worthington could help with that, and maybe have it up at the NAC.
Yeah, we'll see.
Whatever.
We'll see. Bill,
Okay.
Give me your person.
My person is Sean Diddy Combs.
And why
I
is
think
that?
you could learn.
Yeah.
I think that he knows a lot more about current events than we do.
Oh,
there
you're
you go.
okay. I see where
Yeah.
you're going with the conspiracy there.
All right, so
Okay.
is this like the Epstein of this
Yeah,
era?
there's
that's where-
allegations that this is all
yeah.
tied together in one way or
Yeah.
another, and that
Yeah.
he'd be able to unfurl a lot of what we're trying to figure out in the conspiracy community.
Oh,
So why did he
the
kill Biggie?
Yeah, well, wait a minute.
Allegedly.
The conspiracy community. I
Yeah,
didn't know
yeah,
that
there's
was
a lot of us. Yeah,
I didn't know that was
Oh,
a
yeah.
community.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Henry, give me
praise everything.
some
It's
of your thoughts here. We had some real good ones today. Give me your choice.
Yeah, I like the two I like the most, I guess.
Conspiracy pride.
Drew and
Yeah.
Upper Darby's with the Reverend Al Sharpton, because I do feel like that would
Right.
just be an explosive interview between the two of you.
Okay.
And then I did like Joe and Exton's answer of Larry, just because of the mystique of it all.
Oh, my
and I
God.
do think it'd be a very fun conversation.
Oh, absolutely. Larry's great. Dan, how about yours?
I like Earl of Tacony's Christopher Columbus, and I'd
Yeah.
like for you to ask Columbus whether or not he's actually Italian.
Genoa. Yeah, so I think, well, gravy or sauce, Columbus. And,
Al Sharpton, also
yeah.
a great answer. I like the P. Diddy one. Larry Menti, I thought it was a fantastic answer. I'm still kind of confused about it, though. And Jeffrey
right.
Epstein as well.
We can go with P. Diddy. So, who
All
was
right.
that?
Diddy did it.
Yeah,
yeah.
Bill and Bucks.
Bill and Bucks?
Yeah.
All right, Bill, your name goes into the hat. We'll continue tomorrow, and we hope to bring you Scott Perry. I'm looking right here. Trump brokering peace between the Freedom Caucus, GOP leadership. The Freedom Caucus, that's Scott Perry. I think they're not happy with the Medicaid stuff, et cetera. So we'll get his perspective. You heard Jeff Andrew today. And I'm looking more with this win thing and what President Trump intervened with. I know people in Jersey are nervous. I don't think it'll affect Jersey ever. I don't think we're going to see that back again. In fact, it'll be the big issue in the governor's race. And Dave Sunday will be here tomorrow, the Attorney General. He's had a lot to say about Krasner. He's doing great work on particularly fentanyl, things of that nature. It's always good to talk with him. And, of course, we'll have Dom's Money Melody, et cetera. That was pretty good news from Martina White. If I had to bet, I would say Dugan is going to run. Now, are there...
I nominate Dom Giordano.
But, yes,
I do too.
we haven't
Dom
heard.
went to law school.
Dom wouldn't take the pay cut.
All right, Nick Kale will be continuing as my campaign manager. Dan didn't think about that. DJ didn't think about it. Roe would be appalled by it. But Roe's the person we would send out there in the campaign. That would be the whole strategy. We sit back. I never said that on talk radio about that. You can't prove it. There's no tapes. It's not on the internet. That's the hard thing. This job. Can you imagine Spadia? Matt Rooney's going to be on tomorrow. Spadia said, I've been on 15,000 hours. I don't think that's quite accurate. That
Whoever's
guy's
working
not.
on Chitterelli's campaign has to sit there thumbing through all the Spadia shows to pull the clips.
Well, imagine some of the stuff that we've said and some of the stuff that's going on. Oh, my God. I think it's much more than 15,000 hours, probably closer to 30. You can't say something stupid in 30,000 hours. You're not trying. All right, so
more than 30,000 hours. You kidding me?
Carry the 237. Oh, yeah, it might be 50.
How many days per year? Like 300? No, more than 300, you.
Close to 300, and then it's 3 hours, so that's 900 times close to 40. It's getting up there. Nothing stupid that we know of. We'll continue that policy. All right.
36,000.
36,000 hours. I'm looking at the tush-push on Fox. Tush-push decision. They still don't get it. It's about the NFL. All right, Rich is here. He's in studio. We got a huge event tonight. Hopefully tomorrow we'll show you Henry next to the Lombardi Trophy.
Ooh.
And we also have a podium out here that says President of the United States. How many people will pose behind that?
1,500 straight days.
1,500 straight days of nothing stupid. It's like an accident. Maybe tomorrow
it's got to be the new tagline.
What is it I most regret that I've ever said on the air? I have a top 10 of that, of predictions that might have been a bit off. Larry Krasner will never win.
I nominate Dom Giordano.
Keep that in mind for tomorrow.
I do too.
Dom went to law school.
Dom wouldn't take the pay cut.
That's true. Rutgers Law School, proudly. And I'm sure they would give me a degree if I just called. All right, Rich is next in studio today with us on Talk Radio.